What is up, everybody? Hey, Jimmy, what's up? Loot filter's been updated for the league. What's up, Bog? What's up, Tails? Yeah, so I've done some extensive reworking to the build. I liquidated some savings from last night, and we have gone Tailwind Onslaught Boots, regular Cyclone, with Quicksilver Flask. The idea is we're going to be moving towards that speed variant with Mage Blood down the road for mapping. I'm also using a new cord belt for an extra anoint. We crafted this chest on stream last night before I went to bed, so that's on the VOD. So we have our mana cost reduction now, as well as apply additional curse and attack crit scaling. It's pretty good. What's up, Ray? How's it going? So today we're just going to do some more Scarab farms, but we're going to be doing it with hopefully a little bit faster version of the build. I was trying to get Fortify on the Cyclone gem. The best I could get was Endurance Charge on melee stun, which is actually not bad. So we're now using Fortify as our link support, so we get Fortification. And then just did a respec of the tree. We picked up a Lethal Pride and a Light of Meaning. Yep. I think the chest cost me under, it was like 8 or 10 divines to craft. The worst part of the craft was the money, like buying Black Morgans so that I could do beast crafting Akora. So that cost 2 divines because I had to do it twice. The bases were like cheap. I picked them up for like 30C, and the other big purchase item was 2 Domination Orbs. Those were each about a divine, and the Awakener's Orb was a divine. So 3 divines for the 2 Domination Orbs and the Awakener's Orbs. And then, yeah, it was about 8 to 10 divine altogether. I got pretty lucky with the craft, though. And then I did Foulborn Exalt it to get the flat armor and evasion there, after I did the Reforged Caster for the curse. So... But yeah, so we're just going to be doing some Scarab farms today, like we were doing yesterday. Pretty chill. I gotta pick up some Scarabs though, so we're gonna need 7 Domination.
All in order. I'll let you know. I should raise my fees. All in. I should raise my fees.
Good luck at Rich. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, we're pretty poor now. I pretty much spent all my money on... Pretty much spent all my money on fixing my gear up here. Mr. Just Hit It Maps has a long but fun climb to do. Yeah, I crafted this last night on stream. It took us about like 2 hours or so. I got... RNG was pretty good. Pretty good. Needed like 12 domination orbs? Oh wow. You were just better at buying? Yeah, I guess. Dang.
Lose yourself within this thread and I cannot help you. Leave now.
Yeah, unfortunately this is like the worst possible map. It's just fucking doors everywhere. I think I blew right by the Mirage, dude. I do this every time. Yes, I hate this map. Right.
You follow in my footsteps, in my father's footsteps. To know should give you pause. Stay sane, exile.
I dropped Tumult for speed purposes, yeah. We're not going to really see it too much on this map because this layout sucks for zooming. Too many doors. But, yeah, we did it for speed. For an idea about Astrolabe, should I go add difficulty to ultimatum? I don't do ultimatum, so I'm not sure. How expensive was the body armor craft? This cost me about 8 to 10 divines. We did it on stream last night. Wasn't too bad. You can go back and kind of watch the VOD. I also have a video on my YouTube channel on how to make the chest. But I did it live on stream last night too, so... Yep, it's the chest we made last night, Hoy, on stream. Yeah, it was about 8 or 10 divines. I'm actually thinking I might go back to using Leap Slam. Now that we're not using Cyclone of Tumult anymore, so I might swap over to Leap Slam after this map. I feel like I'm just going to enjoy Leap Slam more. Have I tried farming Ubers with this build? I have a build update video for this league that shows me farming Ubers in last league using the build. So yes, you can farm Ubers with this build. Because we're going all in on Tailwind Onslaught boots with movement speed flask. Eventually we're going to run a Mage Blood. For mapping, I want to try out more of a speedy version of the build. So it's hard to see on this current layout because this layout sucks. There's so many like doors and shit that you have to go through, so it's hard to just like really zoom in here. But yeah, hopefully on our next run of Scarabs we'll get a better layout for mapping. I'm just doing what the Astrolabe gave me. Your build looks fun. Can this build farm Blight and Yellow Map somewhere between level 70 and level 90, or is it coverage not good? I think it's fine for Blight, because you're going to use the ring enchants to help you with the towers. So you want to use Coin of Power. I was hoping to get Fortify on my Cyclone, but I ended up getting Endurance Charge on Melee Stun, which is still, this is probably the second best option to Fortify, because it's good damage increase. It gives you damage for every Endurance Charge that you have, and we always have Endurance Charges. And then I just running Fortify now as a support to get that. Alright, this should be the last stupid map we have to do in this one. See if we get a better layout on the next one.
Do not make my mistakes your own.
It's nice having Zana back.
What you perceive is not the same as what is.
If you're trying to corrupt the gems for the extra support, like if you imbue them, you use coins on your gem, and it adds a random level 1 support on there. You get the coins from running Mirage or buying them from players on trade. Yeah, I think a Leap Slam is going to be the play now that we're no longer using Tumult again. Thanks, Gaming, for the follow. Oh, we're done with the Mirage. What am I doing? What am I doing? We're done with Mirage. Yeah, we're using regular Cyclone right now. Because we're not using Cyclone Tumult anymore, we're going for movement speed boots, Quicksilver Flask to be faster when mapping. Let's go do Vault. Maybe we got something nice. Okay.
I should please my... all in order. I'll let you know. Will make it. I should raise my fees. I'll put the word out. Business. All in order. I'll let you know.
I bought these for a couple divine. Yeah, I'd prefer to have armor evasion base, but I was looking for the onslaught and the tailwind with a good life speed or life roll, and this also has the 28% movement speed on them. So I just went ahead and bought these for now. I'm gonna recraft the boots later and do them as armor evasion base for just more defense. But just to get stuff online today, I did that. For the setup I'm doing right now, I'm going for more speed. But, yeah, ultimately Stampede with Cyclone of Tumult is going to be the most damage if you're trying to do like single target damage, but I'm going for more speed right now and clear because I'm mapping.
We'll make it happen. All in order. I'll let you know. We'll make it happen. I should raise my fees. All in order. I'll let you know.
Okay, let's buy another
Business.
one of these. Oh shit, those went up in price quick.
Business.
Yeah, I picked them up for about 5 divine. Yeah. Yeah, they were not 60 divine when I got them. Tailwind. Onslaught. And then life roll. Yeah, you're looking at a much more better pair of boots. Yeah, they weren't this expensive. I was able to snipe one for like 5 divine. What's making these boots more expensive is they have stuff like this right here. Increased attack speed while you have the onslaught. As well as like increased effective tailwind. Whereas this has shit that I don't really care about, like avoid bleeding and avoid poison. You want to get the highest block attack on your roomies as possible. But yeah, the reason why you're seeing these at 60 divine is because of mods like this. Elevation, you know, so increased attack and movement speed with onslaught. Increased movement speed if you haven't been hit recently. Effective tailwind on you. That's what makes those boots so expensive. They're not 60 divine. This shit is 60 divine.
Very lean is. Hello, hello, hello. I'll put the word out.
Alright. Let's go rush a Mesa boss and see what we get.
Abandon this fool's errand, I beg
So
of
this
you.
is kind of like what the build should look like if we can actually just not have to deal with doors and stuff. But you can see that it moves quicker than it does with Stampede. Especially when we start killing stuff, we get the tailwind and onslaught. What do we get? Hey, we got 2 Scarabs on Bog. That's what we want to see. Bog is a good map. Bog is a really good map. Alright, so we're going to run Bog. And I'm also going to swap this over to 1 green. I want to start running faster attacks on this setup. With Leap Slam.
Lose yourself within this thread and I cannot help you. Bleed now. am where I must be. You are not.
Greetings.
Layer upon layer of
Lose yourself within this thread and I can help you. Leave now. Stay sane, exile. Please do not make my mistakes your own. You gamble with forces you cannot comprehend.
You would just put a headhunter here in place of the belt. You might have to figure out some of your resistances a little bit, but you would just run headhunter here instead of this belt. That would be how that works. Wonder how much a headhunter is going for right now, because that could be fun to play around with. Yeah, they're pretty expensive. Okay. To be fair, it is a mob killing league, yeah. I was gonna run Mage Blood here eventually with my flash setup, so I gain like another 40 or 50% movement speed, and I'm always zoomy. But Headhunter would be fun too. That is a ridiculous soul eater. How's the Rune Graft impossible? They're only 4 divine. What's my staff's damage right now? It's like 700 PDPS. Yeah, 728 PDPS. No, I understand that he might be price fixing it. What I'm saying is that they're only 4 divine. My chest was twice that, and I crafted it last night. You just gotta find a farming strat that makes money and start grinding money in the game. It's unfortunate that he's price fixing though. It is unfortunate if that is one guy price fixing it. That's pretty fucked. So, like, I didn't do the Mirage. I know I didn't do the Mirage. No money, no printing, Sag. Yeah, you just gotta find, like, Breach was pretty good money for me, and then I segued into this once you have, like, 3 to 4 Divine, you can start running this farm strat. You do have to complete your Atlas, though. But it's a pretty good farm strat. I think it's still profitable. Feels profitable. I made like quite a bit of money doing it last night and this morning. I'd say, is it the most profitable farm right now? Probably not. But the real nice thing from this is our Atlas is spec'd into like lots of map generation, and we get quite a bit of those maps that have the like this one right here. You'll see this map, area contains empowered Mirage. This sells for like almost 60 chaos. We get quite a lot of these doing this strat, as well as like all the scarabs and stuff. It's pretty good. Your POB at level 9, there are so much skill gems in, which I go for. I mean, you just follow my POB. Like, you kind of need a lot of that stuff in the POB for the build to work. It should have been, you should have naturally been building up to the level 90 POB by following the POB while you leveled. Because, like, in the POB, all I'm doing is adding on. So, like, when you look at the level... This is my character, sorry. When you look at the level 68 loadout, you've got a 4-link Cyclone, you've got a 4-link General's Cry. By the time you're in your 70s, you have a 5-link, you have a 5-link. It should be a natural progression. You should have been following the POB and slowly, you know, doing everything in each loadout as you leveled the character. Everything in all those gems solve different problems on the build. Whether it's defense, movement skill, damage. Yeah, when I bought my Rune Graft, it was only 4 Divine. What are they at right now? Yeah, they're 4 Divine. I mean, this is what I paid when I bought it. It's unfortunate if they're being price fixed, but... Okay, let's go open our memory vaults. Let's see what we got. Yeah, so I would just scale it out. Now you want 4 links. You want a 4-link your General's Cry, you want a 4-link your Cyclone. You should be able to get a 4-link super cheap on trade, like for a Chaos.
put the well all in order. I'll let you know. I'll put the word out. I should all in order. I'll let you know. I should raise my fees. The very least. Well, make it happen. I should all in order. We'll make it happen. I'll put the word out. I'll put the word out.
Do high skip replica? Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to make a video last night, Snow, but I ended up going to bed. I was really tired, and I'm glad I did because I swapped the build completely over to the speed variant this morning after I liquidated my stash. So I think it's better for me to do a video end of today, just going over this version of the build that I'm running. So yeah, that's coming. Okay. The Timeless Jewel is pretty big. This was like 4 Divine on trade when I picked this up. And it's like an extra 3.5 to 4 million damage on the build for this one jewel. Because we get things like crit chance, crit chance, crit chance, crit multi, double damage, biz damage, and double damage. This is pretty big. Very valuable purchase. Light of Meaning was a little bit of a DPS gain. Not as big as Lethal Pride, but still pretty good too. I used Path of Building, so you can actually use a tool in Path of Building here. So I'll show you how this works. You essentially import your character. Let me import my character real quick. Okay. And so you import your character. Let me turn on all my stuff here. Pride max effect. We have our max rage. We're leeching. Endurance charges, power charges. We're gonna have frenzy charges since we're mapping. We've crit recently. We've killed recently. We've blocked recently. Enemies are at close range. Excuse me. And we're gonna have Tailwind from our boots. Let's activate from the crit. We have Onslaught from our boots from kill. Yep, okay. and we're fortified from our support gem. So let's turn on our flasks. Okay. So this is basically my character right now. The way Lethal Pride works is, say, like I slot out this jewel right here. You'll see it says I'm at like 13.9 mil damage. And if I drop the Lethal Pride, I lose like 3.7 million damage. To semi-good Lethal Pride, what you do is when you're in POB and you've imported your character, you're going to hit Find Timeless Jewel. You're going to set this to Lethal Pride. You're going to make sure it's on the jewel socket you want. And then you're going to do Filter Nodes, so it's only going to do the nodes you have allocated. And then you're going to do Sort by Full DPS and do Generate. This will create fallback nodes here for what you're looking for, like double damage, crit chance, crit multi, etc. And then you're going to hit Search. And this will give you your highest weighted jewels here. And then all you have to do is just copy to trade URL like this. And when you go into your browser, it will run a search on those best Lethal Prides for you. So you can see like, okay, this one's 2 divine, and then the next good ones are like 15. So you'd pick up a cheap one like this. You would import this into your build. So you could copy item here, go back into POB. You could create the item real quick, like this. Change it to unique. Okay, this is the 11452. So you can see I'm at 10.2 mil. If I slot in the new jewel, I go up to 14 mil. So this one's actually slightly better than the one I have right now for 2 divine. This one's actually better than what I'm using, and it's 2 divine. The one that I'm currently using, this other one that I got for around the same price, has me 200k less damage, 13.9. So mine is 14,639 right here. Yeah, you can use the 14,639 line of text. This other one that's really good is 11,452. 11,452 is pretty good also. Well, I've been doing this a long time. Just a guy, yeah. I've been doing this for a while. So another good item that really sells from the farm strat I'm doing are these maps. You're going to look for the tag Mirage. And you're looking for this implicit right here. This implicit that says area contains an empowered Mirage which covers the entire map. These sell for about 52. Probably sell this for like 53 chaos right now, or 54 chaos. And if you happen to get like a T16.5 that has it, they're going to sell for like a divine. So these are just like free money right here you get from doing the map strat that I'm doing. Pretty good. I don't know if that tag appears on any of the big boy maps like these. I don't think so. So all of these are just basically, I'm going to list these for like 54 chaos right now. Yeah, the global chat is 360. 360 for, you know, spinning. Do you think that it will be possible to be do Enraged Hive with in-game mapping build from POB? 100%, dude. I have no doubt about it. It's 100 million damage on that build. Should be easy peasy. Alright, let's sell these for 54 chaos. I'm gonna do 55. Fuck it. Do 55. Okay. To join the chat, you just do global and then 360, and that's how you join the chatting game. The strat that I'm running is essentially we're using a Templar Astrolabe on this quadrant of the Atlas, and then we're hoping that when we run the first map, we get the boss has a chance to drop Scarabs, and then we run that over and over with Domination Scarabs in our Atlas slots. We use the regular Domination Scarabs to spawn shrines, and then we use one Domination Scarab of Terror to make bosses spawn on the shrine, and then we just farm a bunch of Scarabs. At the end of the influence run, we then do the vault for this quadrant, and it rewards currency. Sometimes you can get divines and shit. So like Templar Astrolabes, pick one of these guys up right here. Have you had any luck getting a Ring Grafted Treachery? I bought it for the 4 divine, yeah. So you can see I'm now running Pride with Purity as well as Auto Exertion and Blood and Sand. You see how quickly these maps sell? People really want these Mirage maps. Yeah, they're just like free money right there, essentially, from the strat. So you pick yourself up an Astrolabe, and then you use it on your Atlas. So like I'm going to use it right here on Mesa. Okay, it's going to influence a set of maps here. And then what you do is you boss rush the Mesa map, which triggers the Astrolabe when you kill the boss, and you hope that you get something like the Scarabs. Hey, nice to meet you too, Hopper. So you run this first map without anything in the map device, because what we're doing is we're going to trigger the enchant on the rest of the maps of the zone, I guess you could say. I'm actually going to full clear the Mesa map because I just want the gold and stuff, but you could just boss rush the map, boss rush the boss on this map for this. You can see using the non-Cyclone of Tumult and Stampede, we just generally move a lot quicker. Once we have a Mage Blood, this is going to be super fast because we're always going to be at max movement speed without having our flask up or not. And we're going to gain like another 50% movement speed from the increased effect of the flask enchant we'll have at that time. Yeah, what's up, Hopper? You could run Flesh and Stone. To run Flesh and Stone, I'm going to need a better roll on my helm here. So eventually I'll drop Blood and Sand for Flesh and Stone, but I need like a 10 to 12% on my helm, and I just haven't sunk the currency into that yet. And right now I want Pride and Purity of Elements. So I gotta prioritize those two auras. If you do the profile command, you can go to my account. I'll probably just stick with Stampede version for a while. I'm slow anyway, only up to tier 5 maps so far. Yeah, there's like Cyclone of Tumult and Stampede are really good for like doing your map progression and for like early T16 farming. I think that moving into something like this, because of how good Void Shockwave is, and with this being a mapping league, I'm just trying out a different version of the build that I've come up with that's more oriented around being a little bit quicker. Especially once we get like a Mage Blood, we're going to be really, really fast. But yeah, right now I'm prioritizing speed as much as possible. So now that we killed the boss, what we're hoping for is you're going to see there's these enchants now on these influence maps. And what we're hoping for is additional Scarab drops from a boss. Okay, we didn't get it. So when this happens, I basically just boss rush Mesa over and over until it triggers or I finish the Astrolabe. But I'll probably clear the maps because it doesn't take long to clear these right now. I'm going to grab a couple regular T16s here, and we'll just run Mesa again. There's a website that I found. This guy has really good farming strategies. I'll go ahead and put this here. He's got all of his farming strategies. They're pretty good. That's his spreadsheet for all of his stuff. So there's all kinds of different farms in there. I'm doing the one that's the Mesa niche or Domination Scarab farming. What's up, person? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that's why I added both of the loadouts in there, so if people want to do either or, you know, they can just do whatever they want. Did we get scarabs? No. Okay, we run Mesa again. Thanks for the build. I'm currently around level 90 on the tree and sitting at about 70% crit chance, and everything feels good so far. Which version would you recommend for delving? Cyclone or the Cyclone of Tumult? I think that for delving, I would probably go the endgame bossing version. I think you're just going to have more damage. And as you get really high into delve, like if you want to go really deep into delve, you're going to need lots of damage. So it depends on how deep you want to go in delve. If you're going to sit like around 300 or 500 depth, I think the level 100 loadout is good. If you want to go like, you know, all the way down to 1,000 or something, I think the bossing version is going to be better. Yeah, no problem, Hopper. Thanks, Shamash, for the follow. Oh, yeah, I think that might be bugged. Give me a second. Try this one. Try this version of the spreadsheet right here. And use the bar at the bottom to navigate the farm strats. So there'll be a bar at the bottom on this one, and just use that to select the different farm strats. Thanks for showing the timeless jewel search. Managed to snag a 4 times double divine. Yeah, no problem, Ron. Alright. We get lucky here. 3 additional currency items. No scarab. No dice. There we go. Scarab item, Sepulchre. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing the Scarab Farming. It's not too shabby. Not too shabby. Alright, so we're gonna run this guy. We're gonna need 3 Domination of Terrors. These are really cheap right now. I might buy several of these.
I'll put the word out.
And 38.
All in order. I'll put the word out.
And 40. And let's buy some regular Scarabs. Domination. Okay. If you do the profile command in chat, you'll get a link to my account. What did you get the? Where did you get the anoint belt? I bought it on trade, and then I anointed it with Serpent Stance. Why do you level normal Cyclone in secondhand slots? I was leveling the normal Cyclone because I wanted to use normal Cyclone right now, and I was getting these up to level 20 so I could quality them and then run Coins of Power to see if I could actually hit Fortify. That's kind of like what I was doing. So I'm going to be constantly aiming for that. We're going to level up another 6 of these. Yep. Alright, let's grab some maps. Sepulcher. I'm using regular Cyclone now. Bro, yeah, I've been buying so many GCPs. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. But yeah, we're running normal Cyclone right now. Because I want to go faster right now, and Cyclone of Tumult with Stampede is just slower. It is just slower than that. Yeah, I'm doing a speed variation of my build right now that's designed around mapping. Since this is a mapping league, I'm going all in on mapping the build.
Greetings. Greetings. Hello.
Lives come and go. Only bones last.
Yeah, I am, sorry. I'm trying to figure out how do people list something for 3.5 divines in here? How does that even work? Is that just they're listing it for chaos and it's converting it? I guess so. I mean, it doesn't make sense though, because divines are going for like 170 chaos. It's actually cheaper to sell it. They're listing 2 for 7. Ah, that's how they're doing it. I guess I'll just take the quick currency then on it. I'll say I want chaos and I'll do one of these guys.
Make it happen. Business. At that price.
The strat seems pretty profitable. Seems pretty good.
I'll update that.
Greetings.
Hopefully they'll
Greetings.
I think I can sell that. What have you got for me? All in order. I'll let you know.
There is no honor in what you are doing. Only purpose.
Alright, looks like we're doing Sepulchre.
Abandon all pretenses and save yourself while you still can.
For coins, you're going to want to use the Coin of Power. You're looking for Fortify. The second best option is Endurance Charge on melee stun.
There is no salvation to be found. Only gradual undoing of all that you are.
The explosions, the white explosions are the Shockwave. Yeah, so all those white explosions. The purple shit is the Ground Slam. Excuse me. Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Quite a bit. The strat that I'm doing is specifically trying to farm scarabs. Yeah, that's the whole point. So we're getting a bunch of Atlas bosses to spawn. Like if you look at the map right now, this has we're running a map that has final boss drops 5 additional scarab items, and we spawn like 24 bosses on these maps. So we're just farming a shit ton of scarabs. I'm actually gonna run a Mirage map, I think, for the next one because we're just gonna get so much juice. Like 5 scarabs is insane. We'll do this with Mirage map next. Gonna be a lot of loot. Yeah, you basically run the Astrolabe on Mesa, then you run one map, and then you see if you get this mod, which is the drop of 5 additional scarab items. If it doesn't spawn that mod on Mesa, but does it like on this map, for instance, then you just run this map over and over until the influence pool is over. Does the Void Stone have a fixed position on the Atlas? What happens if you get a carry at like T12 mounts? Can you still slot in, or do you need to wait to unlock all the links? I'm not sure if you get carried. I know like when I did it, I had to actually get the... I had to map to the bottom corner here to unlock this to be able to do the boss fights for the Void Stones. I'm not sure how that works if you get a carry. To be honest.
We've made a trade.
Hello.
Yeah, you might have to actually go in and
Make your wish.
you might have to actually go in and or finish pathing to the corner of the map where it unlocks the ability for you to slot the Void Stone in. Thanks, Vanook, for the follow. I'm assuming the issue I'm having is a attack speed issue. Forgot who I was talking to. I had to refresh the page. No, Void Stones are locked to specific corners. This is Eater Exarch, this is Maven, this is Elder Shaper, and this is the Originator. You can only slot the Void Stones into their specific slots here. You have to do the corresponding progression to get the Void Stone for that quadrant. I'm not sure how it works with carries though. Thanks, Xander, Genoff, and Azaro, the best emperor, for the follows. Thank you guys. Start playing Cyclone build. I'm enjoying it very much. I'm about to finish campaign. I already got all flasks automated. Oh, nice. And I'm wondering what my first purchase should be. Do you have Cyclone of Tumult and Stampede? Because that would be my recommendation, would be to look for those. We are selling stuff, guys. We are selling stuff.
Greetings.
Yeah, let me know if you have Cyclone of Tumult and Stampede, because those it's really good power gain. You can buy a replica Stampede. It's really cheap, usually, and it will allow you to use the Cyclone of Tumult. So you can buy this pair of boots for like 8 chaos. And compare, like, these both replica Stampede and the Stampede, both pairs of boots allow you to use Cyclone of Tumult. You can see these are going for like 8 chaos, and if you look at like the Stampede, it's selling for like 3 divine. So I'd buy a replica Stampede, and I would buy a Cyclone of Tumult. You're going to get more AoE and damage. That will help you through your map progression. And then I'd focus on getting 6 links. Yeah. What do you think about dropping Purity Elements in a game and playing Storm Shroud for ailments? I don't think it's the play. Yeah. Purity of Elements is really nice. It gives us a lot of flat elemental resistance that we don't have to worry about on our gear. And it also gives us, obviously, elemental ailment immunity. Storm Shroud requires us to have to like use 2 shock avoidance jewels or 1 shock avoidance jewel with, or I'm sorry, use like a flask with shock avoidance with Mage Blood and Storm Shroud. But then you still need a jewel slot for Storm Shroud. I think Purity is much better. We don't need Determination. We don't need Grace. Haste is arguably probably not bad if you want to do like the movement speed version. Haste isn't going to do much for you on the bossing version of the build. But I think Purity of Elements is just an insanely good aura that's worth running on the build. I mean, you see me doing what I'm doing right now, and I don't feel like I'm weak at all. You shouldn't be missing mobs if you have 100% chance to hit. Make sure if you're running maps and stuff, there isn't mods on there, like mobs have a chance to block or stuff like that, because it can make, or they have physical damage reduction, because it can make it feel like you're missing. Yeah, we're no longer using Unwavering Stance. I have my chest, so I'm scaling some armor. I'm scaling some evasion basically to get a bit of evasion chance. It's not a lot, like it's like 33%, but yeah, we don't really stack a lot of armor on this build. You can see like I'm at 12k, but between Fortify, Infused Channeling, I don't really feel weak. And the problem also is like most of the problems people have with this build is they get one shot when they're doing like a T17 boss in the past, or they're doing like an Uber Pinnacle boss. They'll get one shot, right? We never have enough we never have like enough damage mitigation not to get one shot on this build. So if you look at my POB, and if you look at my build video on YouTube, the way we do this is we scale so much damage that we just nuke Uber Pinnacle bosses and stuff within several seconds before they can do anything scary. So pretty much offense is defense. But yeah, you could use armor bases. You don't have to do armor evasion, but I feel like the evasion is kind of nice to have a little bit of flat evasion on the build. Like I said, it's not much, but yeah. Well, we're stronger than a bow build. Like, yeah, we have more. We definitely have more mitigation than a bow build, right? We have Fortify. We have Infused Channeling. We do have some armor. Bow builds have no armor, so like against regular mobs, we're pretty tanky. Yeah. It's basically when you do a boss that you can't just stand there. It's not like a Juggernaut that's going to be able to just like take repeated hits and shit from a boss. Or like some crazy 25k energy shield trickster that has like insane regen or something. Oh, I wanted to do this with a Mirage map because the Scarab gen is just too good. Thanks, Darun, for 3 months at tier 1. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna try. Do I have a Mirage map? I do. I want to run one of these with Mirage so that we can get full juice of the Scarab. Because 5 Scarabs is really good. I think this is worth using a Mirage map on.
Stay sane, exile.
So like, I'll show you right now, if I just stand here with mobs hitting me, you see how like my health is just not going down right now? I'm gonna walk over here. Let me get some fortification up. So, I mean, it's not like glass cannon, you know? We do also have the benefit of our ground slam just basically annihilating anything around us. So the Mirage map basically makes it so that when you do Mirage, your entire map is miraged. So you get to run the map twice, basically, the entire map. Instead of just a portion. I did it on stream last night. It was about like 8 to 10 divine, roughly. Domination and Awakening Orbs are pretty cheap right now, so I recommend making your chest now before the market starts to get more and more expensive. I think Stampede Stampede or Replica Stampede is really good when you first finish the campaign, because in conjunction with Cyclone of Tumult, you get a lot of good damage in AoE early on, where you can start scaling Cyclone's damage. I have about 6 divine. I'll give it a go tomorrow. Yeah. On your build, could you send your current setup? Struggling with a way to. If you do the profile command in chat, so !profile, it'll take you to my PoE account and you can find my character and look at its current setup. Do the armor craft tomorrow? Yeah.
Hello.
I didn't even see the Mirage, dude. Did I totally space and miss him? Oh, he's right here. Okay. Literally right here. Let's do maps. Mirage maps. So basically when you run, an area contains an empowered Mirage which covers the entire map. When we go into the Mirage, our entire map is Mirage now. So it's like you get to run the map a second time. And when you have 5 Scarabs from every boss that you kill with this strat, it's definitely worth, I think, running a Mirage map, because essentially you get so many Scarabs. To get your Fortify Cyclone? Nah, I'm using Endurance Charge on melee stun. Just finished crafting my first actually good staff. Ended up giving me around 6 million more DPS. That's my next big upgrade. Basically all the money I'm making now, I'm saving to craft a staff. So we'll probably be doing that either tonight or tomorrow. I just gotta gen up some money first. I also need to get more uniques going for Dust in town. I need to be able to exit the Mirage to dump my stash without having to leave the Mirage. I'm gonna have to run back to where that shit was. Yeah, this is the Atlas tree. Just follow my POB. My POB walks you through leveling the character all the way from level 1 to as far as you want to scale it. I'm actually updating my Nightbot so that way you guys can just do the Atlas command to get this current tree. Yeah, so if you just do Atlas in chat, you do the Atlas command in chat, you'll get the tree. Yeah, they need to let you be able to leave the Mirage to dump your stash instead of having to run back through the Mirage. Kind of annoying. Yeah, we're still doing Void Shockwave. I've gone full mapping version of the build. It's pretty good.
Hello.
The Mary Lean is ready.
Lots of money, guys. Lots of money. Making lots of money. My current 6-link Cyclone, so I'm using Cyclone, just regular Cyclone with the Endurance Charge on melee stun. I prefer the Fortify, but this is what I got, the best thing I got using Coins of Power earlier. And then I'm running it with Pulverize, Infused Channeling, Void Shockwave, Brutality, and Fortify. Time to craft. Good luck. Alright, we'll run another Mirage map for these. Yeah, no problem.
Lives come and go.
Nice. We'll run the whole map from the beginning. And we'll make our way through a second time. I have a coin used on my Cyclone. Void Shockwave is a different thing. That's an exceptional gem. This is an imbued gem that has an additional support on it. This is one of the new exceptional gems. They're two different things.
Greeting.
You can't run it. You can't imbue multiple gems on the same link. So I couldn't do the same thing to Void Shockwave, you know. It would have to be a primary skill anyways. Yeah. Alright, let's do the Mirage first, and then we'll come back through. Let's do Rarity, I guess. Thanks for the sub, Noodle. Thank you for the support. Pick up the Scarab. Things I'll do for Scarabs. Appreciate my content. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Because it's Mirage Map, we get to do that all over again. I'm not sure how to target farm the astrolabes, to be honest. I can see the YouTube chat. What's your question? Oh, I missed it. Sorry. What does Shockwave Void Shockwave actually do? So Void Shockwave basically makes it so that when you hit stuff, it does like an explosion, an AoE explosion around you that does additional damage. Void Shockwave removes a cap that was on it, and it also has a much quicker cooldown, and it does far more damage. So it's just all around a better support gem than regular Shockwave. And as you level it up, it can chain off of more and more enemies. So the level 1 version, like a regular Shockwave, just hits one enemy once and explodes. The Void Shockwave at level 1 can repeat from 2 enemies. At level 2 here, it does 3 enemies. At level 3, it'll do 4 enemies. So the more you level this up, the new one, the more it's going to chain explode off stuff for better clear. And it does like 150 plus more effective added damage, more base of damage, etc. It's just all around better as a mapping support gem. Should I invest in a crafting chest or just save currency and get mage blood? I think the chest is 100% worth crafting. It solves mana. It gives you additional curse. It helps you scale your crit really high. For 8 to 10 divine, you can make a chest. I did this on stream last night, so I did it live. You 100% want to make your chest first. It just solves a lot of problems with the build, and it's a very small amount of currency in comparison to what you'd be spending on a mage blood. The Wasteland map is located right up here. It's normally a T14. So does comboing it using something like the Hemophilia Bleed Explosion gloves and Shockwave work against each other? I'm not sure. I would imagine it doesn't. I would say no. You can actually no. I know you can't, or you can. So the way Shockwave works is it's triggered on melee hit, not when you kill something. So basically, it doesn't, like what you're talking about is when you kill something, then there's a bleed explosion. So what you would do is, like what I'm planning to do is run a cluster jewel setup down here that's going to have Devastator. And what Devastator does is, let me open up my actual POB. This is the old one. Give me 1 second. Let me just pull it from the website. So if you look at the level 100 speed version, right? I'm using a cluster jewel that has Devastator, which has enemies killed with attack hits have a 15% chance to explode, dealing a tenth of their life damage as physical damage. So you could use something like Hemophilia Gloves. I'm going to use a cluster jewel like this. So you'll get Shockwave blowing enemies up every time you hit them. It'll just trigger the Shockwave. But then also Devastator is going to trigger whenever you kill stuff and also do explosions and pops. So the two don't work against each other. They work in tandem, actually. Alright, last go. I don't think I have a Mirage map, so we're just going to have to do one and done. Ooh, I do have a Mirage. Nope. It's something else.
Can't you see? The deeper you go, the less of you will remain.
Sorry, I was muted. For the chest, item level 85 is fine. You mostly just want quality, like high quality on it. And then for your donor item, you're going to want something like item level 84 on your hunter item. Let's actually go do the Mirage real quick. I'll dump my stash. I have way less than 60 divine of investment on this character right now, so I'd say you'd be fine. Most expensive items were... The boots were 5 divine. It costs like 10 divine top end to craft the chest, so that's 15. I picked up this belt for 2 divine, so it's 17. The blast drop for me in game, I've actually seen 2 of those so far. Replica Witchfire was like 20C or something, it was very cheap. The staff I bought for 2 divine, and then I used a Black Morgan to 6 link it, so that was like another 2 divine, so 4 divine for the staff. The Lethal Pride was 3 divine. The Light of Meaning was 4 divine. So yeah, way less than 60. No, I just bought these for like 5 divine. I sniped them. It's pretty good. I don't have to think about the top end DPS at all. You can watch my video from 3.27. I did a build video showcasing what this build can do for 100% Delirious T17s and Uber Pen. I don't know why I just left the map again. If you watch my build video from 3.27, I did 100% Delirium T17 and I did a bunch of Uber Pinnacle boss kills in the video. So if you want to see what the top end DPS of this build is, you can just watch that video. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Lose yourself within this battle. I cannot help you. Leave now.
Yeah, we're not even close to the end game state of this build. This is only day 4 of the league, guys. We're not even close to what this build's going to look like in another week or so. I'm probably going to play regular Cyclone, yeah. I think this is going to be far more of a mapping league. And so I want to go Mage Blood and really scale my movement speed really high. So that's going to be the plan, basically, what I'm going to do. The best way is to use the Lethal Pride Timeless Jewel Calculator online or use Path of Building to look at your character and sim one. But if you want a general recommendation, you can just look at my Lethal Pride. This is not a bad one. 14,639, the exact roll. I don't know if there's any on the market right now for that, but that one's pretty decent. To farm Delve at 800, 6 to 800, probably like around 100 divines. You're going to want a really good weapon. When you get into high-end Delve, you're going to want like a really good weapon. So that's pretty much going to be your stopgap. if you want to push like Delve really further, like if you want to feel really comfortable in Delve and push a lot of damage, probably closer to like 300 plus divines if you want to go further than level 800. Because as you go deeper, you know, you're going to need more and more damage. Have you tried, lastly, Gigablight? I have not tried Gigablight. Eventually, we're gonna drop General's Cry. Yeah, once I can scale my Cyclone damage high enough, we're gonna run a 6-link Aura setup, and we'll move away from General's Cry. We'll see though. Like General's Cry is feeling really good on clear right now in conjunction with the new Shockwave. So I'll see, like, as I scale the build more damage and damage, how it feels without the General's Cry. General's Cry with Ground Slime of Earth Shaking is really good. Feels really good when you're mapping. Alright, let's go do the vaults. Unfortunate. I don't even know what these are going for. Probably just take the orb I'm making.
Greetings.
Okay, let's see where we're at. Alright, we are moving up. 44 divines worth in our stash right now. Not bad. I'm gonna use the restroom, guys. I'll be right back. you buy memory for witness? I see 0 on Pastas. I did the quest line but forgot to witness. I'm not sure. Memory for witness. I'm not sure how you fix that because I just did the quest line and went through everything. I am ordering a pizza for lunch, guys, so we're going to be doing pizza today. Alright, so let me liquidate some stuff in the stash real quick. Actually, I'm just going to keep farming. Yeah, we made about 12 divines so far today, so just keep farming. Yeah, I'm going to do pizza for lunch and then try to stay awake for the rest of the stream. Divine price is pretty insane. Yeah, well, you have to remember there's more chaos in the market, right? There's more currency in the game now, so the prices of everything are going to inflate, you know? Like, you should have more chaos than you generally do because it drops so frequently right now, right? So, I think economically, the ratio is the same. It just feels really high because we're so used to seeing it for the last several leagues at a certain price, right? But this will be the new normal because ground loot is good. Like, there's actual ground loot in the game now, so... What's the exploit? There's always something going on. What's the exploit right now? The fact that Sanctum is dead this league is not helping. I used to play Sanctum. You can farm the vault without doing the maps. How the hell do you do that? Is it just you basically boss rush? How do you do it without doing the map? Because you're supposed to kill the map boss to trigger the influence winnowing down, right? That's my understanding. Like, I'm pretty sure you have to kill the map boss in order for that to happen. Ooh, 3 Scarab items on Jungle Valley. Nice. Alright, let's go get some. Yeah, so the way Witchfire works, Replica Witchfire is, Cat grants you level 21 vulnerability curse as an aura during its use, and we have apply additional curse on the chest. You have to have a certain node in the Atlas tree. That's pretty crazy. Jungle Valley is a really nice map for this strat, so I'm pretty happy here. Alright, let's get some Scarabs going. Ooh, nice.
I should raise my fees. I'll put the word out. All in order. I'll let you know.
It removes the influence without doing the map. That's pretty broken, yeah. And then you just fish the vault. That's pretty crazy. We need an exploit to make this build not get one shot by a bug farting on it, getting old. I don't know, if you've been watching my stream today, I've been mapping like Atlas bosses and not having any issues, so I don't know why you feel so squishy on the build right now. Yeah, basically the vault's kind of like gambling, right? So it's basically like gambling.
I'll put the word out.
Yeah, I hate to say it, PK, but I feel like you're unfortunately doing something wrong if you feel that squishy. You shouldn't feel squishy with my build, unless like you're standing in a boss slam. I don't know. Like I feel like what I'm doing, like I don't know. Let's take a random map here. Something that has high quantity. We'll do this right here. So I'm running multiple. I'm running, what is this, 3, 6, 9, 12. So there's at least 12 Atlas bosses plus the additional stuff on my shrines. So this is gonna have like a shit ton of Atlas bosses, and I'm running the map with like stats on it to increase quantity and whatnot.
Rid yourself of your delusions. The Atlas cannot be studied, only destroyed.
I did the wrong map, I think. Damn, I should have done this one. Did the wrong map. That's fine. Like, so right here I'm fighting Atlas bosses. I'm taking Exarch shrines. Doesn't even matter. I'm not even reading the fucking downsides. I'm just doing it. Okay. Sure. You can say it's easy content. That makes you feel better. Like, are you running like 100% Delirium map right now? Is that what you're doing? So, that's a boss fight. Alright. That's a boss fight. There's a difference. Alright. And there's some bosses that are going to be better for this build than others, right? So, if you do like Exarch or Eater, where you can kill the boss before it phases, right? But when you have a boss that is essentially immunity, like multiple invulnerable phases, then yeah, you're gonna have issues on this build. It's not great at everything, but I don't know. Are you doing normal bosses, or are you trying to do Ubers right now? And also, like, if you're trying to do Ubers, what does your gear look like? If you're trying to do Uber Pinnacle bosses and you don't have, like, great gear, that's going to be a problem, too. Juiced huge harvest packs. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm pretty confident that if I was to test, like, just for science, if I was to respec my Atlas and go all in on Harvest, I wouldn't have that issue right now. And our builds are pretty similar in damage. Like, my build is about 13 million damage right now also. So just for science, if you... I hope they didn't get rid of my map that had the actual Scarabs on it, because that would be tragic. Okay, cool. We need to actually run Lava Chamber. Or no, I want to run Jungle Valley. What I would like is for you to post the Atlas tree and the Scarabs you're using. Because for science, I'll respec a tree just to show you that it isn't squishy. I don't have a Genesis tree, I'm not doing Breach. Alright, so we should have been doing frickin' if you do the POB command in chat, it'll give you the most updated POB for the build. We should actually be doing Jungle Valley here.
Abandon this fool's errand, I beg of you. If you do not, only ruin awaits.
I guess it depends on what mods you have on your map. So if you're doing 8 modded, you might want to pay attention to the mods on the map. Because, you know, certain mods are going to make the build feel really bad, you know. Oh, well, I mean, if you're comparing it to that, yeah, this isn't that type of build, dude. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna be this kind of build. I hate to break it to you. That's funny, though. Imagine not playing Slayer. Rip.
Choose what you wish.
Imagine not playing Slayer. I'm not going to run Tumult for a while. I'm going more for a speed version of the build, so we're using regular Cyclone with movement speed boots, and eventually, when I have the money, we'll get a Mage Blood, scale more movement speed. Yeah, Trickster was broken, like, for so long.
Choose what you wish.
Broken for so long.
Stay sane. Exile.
Well, I've never said that this build can take slams from bosses. Like, I don't think you've ever heard me say, oh yeah, you can stand in a boss slam on this build. So what you should be doing is kiting the harvest boss and not standing in its slam. I hate to say it to you like that, but if you used to play the build on like a 5 billion DPS, like 5 million EHP something, then maybe you're just used to standing there, but that's not what this build is. So, I hear what you're saying, but you're probably not messing up. You're probably used to playing a build where you can literally just stand and shit all the time. That's not what this build is. So when you're fighting a scary monster that can physically slam you to death on this build, you have to like kite them around in a circle like this. You can't just stand on the target like I'm on this cache and let the boss slam you. This this build is not going to take a hit like that from a juice like boss. You're going to have to like be kiting him with the edge of your Cyclone and spinning around. Usually spinning in a 360 like this around a dangerous target is the best play. And I hate to say it, but you've probably just been conditioned to stand in shit all day because you played a god build or something. But this isn't like that type of build, so... Yeah, I've been very clear that this build is not designed to be able to... It's not like some extremely tanky Juggernaut build or some crazy trickster shit or something like that. It's just not how this works. Can we make it like that? Yeah, at the expense of damage. Right? So... There's a reason why there's archetypes in PoE. There's a reason why there's meta builds, right? There's a reason why Cyclone isn't meta. You can do everything in the game on this build, but you have to play well, right? So if you want to stand and juiced harvest boss slams all day, you might have to go more defense on the build and sacrifice some damage and deviate a bit from the POB. Or you could just move around the target so you don't get slammed. Like either way. But I've been pretty clear that this isn't a build that just stands in dangerous, crazy boss shit and brushes it off. You could, yeah. He does bring up a point. Like, if you want to invest a ton of money into this build, you could make it do a lot of damage and also be tanky, but we're talking, like, probably mirror tier stuff. Excuse me. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, so if you have something like that where you have 90 all res, you have the lucky block, you have like twice the HP we have now, or maybe, sorry, like 30% more the HP we have now. But when you go all in on defenses like that, how much are you sacrificing in damage? So, yeah, I feel like this build is very tanky in the comparison of most builds, but to each their own.
Abandon this fool's errand, I beg of you. If you do not, only ruin awaits.
I checked the guide again. We get vulnerability from our replica flask. Replica Witchfire gives vulnerability. Yeah, if you're playing SSF, you have two choices. You can farm low-level Fracturing Orb. Nice. If you're doing SSF, you can either farm low-level blueprints for the Replica Witchfire, and until then, I would just run like what I did when I played SSF long-term in 3.27 was I made a curse on hit ring for vulnerability, and that's how I basically did it. So that's an option too. Yeah, making a curse on hit ring isn't too bad. The hardest part is you have to get the influenced ring, right? So it needs to have the right conk influence on it. And then the way I did it was I actually just spammed Harvest Reforged until I hit the curse mod with the right stuff on there that I wanted. Alright, should probably dump stash before I do Mirage. Dump the stash. Been a bit lucky with your commenter. That's basically what I was kind of... So I'm kind of torn. I'm torn, like, I kind of think, like, at this point I might just save up for the Mage Blood. I'm about a quarter of the way to a Mage Blood in terms of stash value. I might just grind out the Mage Blood and then make my staff afterwards. The Mage Blood's going to be really nice. Oh, the Blight actually started. Oh, save. Save the Blight. Might even just set up towers. I am the tower. I am the tower. Mage Blood doesn't even help you with Tumult. There's this conception that by running Mage Blood, you're going to be able to use Tumult. You're not going to be able to use Tumult with Mage Blood. That's not a reality. If you think you're going to be able to run Mage Blood with Tumult, that's not a thing. So... If you run Mage Blood with Tumult, you're only going to be able to tap your Cyclone of Tumult periodically. You're not going to be able to run it at max stacks. So the play is to actually use regular Cyclone with Mage Blood and scale your damage. Yeah, I know there's a lot of other content creators that are saying, hey, just use a Mage Blood with Cyclone of Tumult and it's going to be great. No, it's not. It's not going to be great. You're going to have to run around and basically do this. Like, you're going to basically get to a pack of mobs and do this. Spin, 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 spin. You're never going to be able to use it at max stacks. You're never going to be able to hold down Cyclone of Tumult and go max stacks with Mage Blood without Stampede. It's still going to feel like shit. And even with the Tailwind Boots, it doesn't help you. You need like 300% movement speed to overcome it. And I've talked with other content creators like Ron, both Ron and Corbin, that do this, and this is how they play Cyclone of Tumult. They jump into a pack, spin, 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 spin. They can never do this. Meanwhile, I'm going to have Cyclone with Mage Blood, and I'm going to be constantly spinning around like this. I won't ever have to feather the skill. Yeah. It's because of how Cyclone of Tumult works. If you're gonna play Cyclone of Tumult and you want to be able to move decently without just feathering the skill like this, you have to use Stampede. That's just how it works. So this is why I've come up with a POB that essentially gives you two options. You can play movement speed, mapping, zoom, right? It doesn't use Stampede. It uses Tailwind Onslaught Boots. It uses regular Cyclone, right? You still get over 100 million damage. You still get over 100 million damage, which is more than enough for mapping. If you want a boss, and kill an Uber Pinnacle boss as quickly as possible, you are going to use the other loadout that I have, which is the bossing version. The bossing version uses Stampede. It uses Cyclone of Tumult. Cyclone of Tumult is a better gem. It does 30% roughly more damage. It has better AoE. You cannot play this ability, in my opinion, and feel comfortable doing it without Stampede. And if you're doing a boss with Cyclone of Tumult and you do not have the Stampede, you're going to have a really bad time if you have to move out of something. And you're never going to be able to keep it at max stacks for max damage, because then you're going to move really slow. And it's going to be hard to get out of shit. So if you want a boss, you do this setup. This will be the most damage you can get with the build. If you want to just map and blast, you do the Mage Blood, Movement Speed, Boots, regular Cyclone, which is what I'm building into this week, because this is a mapping league. Those are really your options. You can 100% play Mage Blood with Cyclone of Tumult and Movement Speed Boots with Tailwind, and it's going to feel like shit. You're never going to be able to go max speed or max stacks on Tumult. You're just going to still feel slow. Yeah, you end up feathering it. Like AVD is saying, you end up feathering it. And the thing is like, you don't need 200 million damage to do maps. You don't need that kind of damage. Yeah, you can use the new Shockwave with Tumult. But yeah, you don't need like 200, 500, a billion damage to do maps. You don't need that kind of damage. Where you want that damage is when you're going to go do like an Uber Pinnacle boss, or, you know, maybe a Vados map that's completely ridiculous or something. Probably. I'm going to go Mage Blood, I think, over the Shrine Belt. I don't know yet. The problem with using the Shrine Belt is I can't use flasks, which means we lose our spell block and our attack block. We lose our curse, right? So then I can get speed, and I can get crit and speed from the belt, right? But I lose my curse and I lose my block, which means I have to rework curse and block some other way into the build if I don't use these flasks. What was it? Screams of the Screams of the Desiccated. Yeah. So it's like, what are the shrines that you can get? Acceleration. Yeah. Alright, so Acceleration, Shrine. And then you'd want what? I really like Mesa. I'm doing a strat right now where I'm doing Mesa. Sometimes I have to do Jungle Valley or Sepulchre, depending on how the influence spawns on the maps. But yeah, I think Mage Blood is probably the play for what I want to do. Yeah, 140 divines. I just feel like a Mage Blood is going to solve a lot of problems for me. Lethal Pride should give you a pretty big boost. My Lethal Pride gives me about 3 million more damage. That's pretty good. Got a Mage Blood from the tree. That is pretty lucky. The tree was pretty good. The tree was pretty good.
Rid yourself of your delusions. The Atlas cannot be stopped, only destroyed.
I always get this Witch of the Cauldrons. He's the worst one, honestly. I should do Mirage at the beginning here before I do anything else. Gotta love how many options in the build. I'll probably stick with Tumult and Stampede for a good while. I like the setup for now. Hate crafting Tailwind Boots. Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with doing there's like the Tumult Stampede is going to be the most damage, right, on the build by far. But I'm just trying to push for movement speed right now and faster map because I think that's, obviously this is a mapping league, right? So, and I think it would be fun to show people another version of the build. And I can build into the bossing version later this league if I just want to maximize damage and do Uber Pinnacles all day or something, you know? That option exists. One second, guys. Okay, guys. My food just got here. Very excited. The pizza. It's definitely not pineapple pizza, guys. I don't do pineapple pizza. Yeah, I'll show it on stream in a second. I'm just gonna finish this map and then I'll grab a slice. Yeah, I'm in the camp that you don't do pineapple on pizza. Sorry. Sorry if I offended anyone, but that is not something I agree with. You honestly love the pineapple pizza? I mean, whatever makes you happy, right? Hater? Yeah. I'm just old school, man. I like it with, you know, traditional pepperoni, sausage, maybe some bell peppers. I think, you know what I think it is when I'm in the mood for something savory, I want something savory. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want something sweet. So it's not that I don't like the taste of pineapple pizza, it's that when I want pizza, I want something savory, you know? It's like when you go to a bar and you have like a cold beer and you want like some pretzels or something to munch on. You want like a little bit of that salty with the kind of like one of those things. I hate that I have to leave the Mirage and run all the way back to grab that stuff. You lose your man card if you have pineapple on pizza. Lavalot, just kidding. Yeah. That's funny.
Greeting.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate that if you have too much loot, you have to leave the Mirage. Then I gotta run all the way back to grab the stuff that I didn't have backspace for. This is something they need to change with the league. This is the one complaint that I have, is that I have to do this right here. This does not feel good to have to do. Just to grab that shit right there. So, that's my one complaint with the league so far. That shit's annoying. Did you put out any farming strats yet? Nah, I started doing this farm strat yesterday. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to post a build update video tonight. I'll kind of talk about the version of the build that I'm playing, which is the speed variant. And I'll probably showcase like doing one of these maps. And talk about the farm strat there a little bit. And I'll put a link in my video to where I got the farm strat from, which is like a pretty big creator that does farm strats in the PoE community. It was the Settlers of the Atlas that you did the Mageblood thing? Gotcha. And you got it to the point where you could run 5 stacks of Tumult and it was faster than using Stampede? When I say faster than using Stampede, I mean you were able to get like 150 to 200% movement speed, as if you weren't running Stampede. Like you were able to go as fast as a Mageblood version, with without the limitation of Tumult. Oh, yeah, no, see, I just don't want to do that. Yeah, nah, I don't want to feather. That's my thing, is you can't do Tumult. You just can't do it and not feather. It's just not something I want to do. I hate that. I want to be able to just spin constantly. It's how I like to play Cyclone. May not be the most efficient, it's just the way I like to play it. What he's referring to is you don't have the movement, you don't use Stampede, and you still can't. You have to do something like this when you play Cyclone. You have to feather, where you just tap the button. Jump, tap the button, jump, tap the button, jump, tap the button, jump, tap the button. as opposed to constantly spinning and winning. Yeah, no, I don't want to do that either. That's not how I want to play Cyclone. There's nothing wrong with that, it's just not how I want to play it. I'd rather use regular Cyclone and scale the damage in a mapping variant that can do that kind of stuff. And then if I want a bossing version, I'll just use Tumult with Stampede to nuke bosses. Alright, we doing pizza reveal, guys? Let me go grab a slice of pizza. Yeah, it's a local place, so it's not like New York style or anything, but that's kind of what it looks like. Some mozzarella sticks. If you do the profile command, you can open up Pathability and import my profile and look up my character. That's a lot of scarabs, guys. That's a lot of scarabs. Yeah. You think is EU server still having problems right now? Is that what you're saying, Flying? Still having problems on the EU server? basically getting some dust ready, so when we go to craft later, I got some dust.
Let's make some dust.
Bro, 60k dust for replica stampede? I should just buy a shit ton of replica stampedes and dust these. It's pretty damn good.
Not bad, not bad. Things are looking up. I'm on it.
Oh, maybe the Annoying did it, yeah. Hey, thanks, Kipper, for the follow. Same with Silo. You think I should sell it? Forgot that I had that on there, to be honest. That might be why it's so expensive. What's it going with Whisper of Doom? 30 Chaos. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna dust them. 63k. How much is gold oil? I don't know. I'd have to check currency market real quick.
Let's make some dust. That'll do. Always a pleasure.
So you unlock the you unlock the 5th Scarab slot by doing a nightmare map. Yeah, I wonder if someone priced those by mistake and didn't know what they were doing. Or it could also be that nobody wants... Yeah, they got some work to do on the Atlas a little bit. It was not the easiest thing to understand initially. I think it's just nobody wants to use Replica Stampede. They want to use regular Stampede, which makes sense. No, I'm currently using Fortify to get Fortification at the moment. I actually want to test my damage out in a Nightmare map and see. Well, we got one more of these to run. Let's run our last Influence map, and then we'll do Vaults, and then we'll go and maybe test out my damage in a Nightmare map. Because I did a Nightmare map, but I have far more damage today than I did yesterday, and I'm kind of curious to see how I do against boss again.
Verdant canopies shroud the world.
Yeah, we'd use melee fizz over fortify. I'm trying to get fortify on my cyclone gem, and then that way I can drop the fortify support. That's gonna be the plan. Okay, so I was having this issue yesterday. For whatever reason, when the Possessed Brutus boss, like the Shav Possessed Brutus boss, spawns on my map, it crashes my client, like my PoE client. I don't know what is doing that. It's whenever he spawns. Which is like super annoying.
Verdant canopies shroud the world.
He like does, it's like the one from the tower in like Act 6 when you go to fight Shav. It's that version of Brutus. Where he's all possessed by Shav, like they become one. Go do Mirage.
Make your wish.
More maps. More maps.
Verdant canopies shroud the world.
something about trying Cyclone. Try the new Holy Hammer scope. I swap for Ground Slam of Earth Shaking. The problem is that we don't do LD conversion on this build, so I don't know how good it would be. We scale physical damage and Impale for both our Cyclone and our Ground Slam of Earth Shaking, so I think you could try it. There's nothing wrong with it. I just don't think it's going to do as much damage. Since we're running pure developments, you can go Arakali and Shakari right away. Yeah, so to be able to do, you're talking about all ores, and as in Pride, Purity, Auto Exertion, and what, Flesh and Stone. Make sure your Hellman chat's at least 10% increased mana reservation.
Greetings.
So for mapping, I'd say probably Lunaris is actually better. I should probably be using Lunaris right now. For single target, I think Solaris is better, right? Because obviously you don't get this on a single target fight. So this is probably better, especially once you do your Divine Vessels and you get the no extra damage from crit strikes if you've been critted and all that kind of stuff. I think that is probably better for single target. Believe you need the 10% for the 96 loadout. I'm running Blood and Sand and not Flesh and Stone right now, because I think I need better mana reservation on the helm. Yeah, you can get a 100% chance on the final build, but it's going to be expensive. So you can see my Cyclone right now has 90% chance to Impale. We get 70% from the tree. The other 30% is going to come from your gloves. Getting 20% is not too expensive, but to elevate it to 30% will be expensive. But that's how you're going to get the last 10% when you have like your in-game gloves that you're crafting. You'll do the 30% there. Let's go ahead and do vaults. Hey, look, guys, we just got 4 Divine Orbs. Easy. Easy game. I believe Impale is Eater. Yeah, it's Eater. Easy money, guys. Easy money. List all the auras that you're trying to run, Sai.
What have you got for me? I'll let you know.
Your problem is that you're running Blood and Sand. We don't run Blood and Sand in the final POB. We run Purity, Pride, Flesh and Stone, and we also run our Auto Exertion that comes from our General's Cry. There is no Blood and Sand in the 96 loadout. There is a Blood and Sand. Never mind. Crazy. Disregard. Do you have Charisma as one of your annoyance? Yeah. I actually should look into that myself. I think I could run Flesh and Stone right now. I'd have to... I don't really need Desecrate right now. I have the Cyclone damage. I have like the damage. I can gem swap this actually. If I put Charisma on my belt, I could run Flesh and Stone, I think, myself right now. For the mapping version of the build, we do have explosions via Devastator on the Cluster Jewel. Blue sockets for what? Is the weapon not right? Ah, yeah. No, it's I'm looking at the wrong POB loadout. Which one are you talking about? The 96 version? Oh yeah, that's fair. I should still be fine. Let's see how bad this is. Yeah, it's very minimal. You're still fine. You'll see it right now. So like I'm running the same setup. I have Rune Graph of Treachery. I have Mana Reservation here. I have the Implicit on the Helm. I'm going to put Charisma on my belt right now, actually. Charisma should be... Where is Charisma? Like over here, right? Yeah. 2 gold and an Opalescence. So let's go buy that real quick.
Greetings.
And let's grab a Opalescence. I have plenty of those. Okay. And we're gonna need 2 red, we'll need 2 red, a green, and a blue on this. So on an energy shield base, probably just do 2 red and a green, or yeah, 2 red and a green. Rip.
Business. We'll make it happen.
There it is. We got our Pride, our Purity. I'm gonna actually keep Blood Rage in here, and then we'll slot in Flesh and Stone. I should be able to do it. Yep. Leap Slam only costs 9 mana. Make sure our Desecrate functions. I don't have the mana for Desecrate. I need a slightly better Helm Enchant Reservation. Yeah, I just gotta do a slightly better Helm. I'm using the new belt with the Anoint, but that's because I'm doing non-stampede and trying stuff out.
We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen.
There we go. That 2% extra should do it. Yeah, that works. Okay, cool. I think 2% is going to do it, because as long as I can do my Desecrate. Do I not have enough mana for my General's Cry, though? Is the question.
Greetings.
Well, I'm an idiot. They disabled this in hideout. So I was like, why is my war cry not going off? There we go. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. I was like, why isn't this working? Oh yeah, they disabled it in hideouts. Easy. Okay. It's literally a 2-button build. Well, Blood Rage is 3 buttons, but... Alright, cool.
So, son, what are we shipping today? Business.
I wanted to try out a nightmare map and see, So basically, if you get, like, I would recommend 9%. I think in the POB I have 10% mana, but you can get away with 9, I think. And then you're going to need Charisma as one of your annoyance. And you're going to need, on the passive tree, both the Mastery for Reservation here, and a Rune Graph too. And that'll give you enough to do everything. I want to try out a Nightmare map and see where my damage is now, especially with Flesh and Stone. I'm going to go buy a proper Flesh and Stone, though, at level 20. Because why not? Is it 8? Okay. I think 8 probably works too, but yeah. Okay. Easy. Yeah, so we can go try Nightmare Boss. Definitely don't want Hexproof. It's annoying as hell. Bloodstained Saw Blades are pretty annoying. This one seems okay. Let's do this one. So we did a fortress earlier. I want to see what my damage feels like on another fortress map. No, if you have the Stampede boots, you would just be doing Charisma on your boots. I'm not running Stampede right now. I'm running regular Cyclone. I'm doing the speed variation of my build. So I'm using regular Cyclone with movement speed boots with Tailwind and Onslaught. So you would just put Charisma on your boots instead of doing it on the belt. I also have the chest, though, that gives me basically Whispers of Doom, so my amulet's Enigmatic Defense right now. I'm not going to take any shrines, because I want to see what my damage is like on the boss without any shrine buffs. a lot better. And I didn't have my replica Witchfire up at that time, so it wasn't even double cursed. He was only getting Assassin's Mark. I haven't elevated my gloves yet. I don't know. I don't think these are going to be my final pair of gloves, so I don't think I'm going to bother elevating them. I think I'm just going to settle for 90% impale until I'm ready to do the craft. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good damage.
All in order. I'll let you know.
I am where I must be. You are not.
Thanks, Ganelin, for the follow. Top build, I am Brazil. Hello, Brazil. You need accuracy on in-game gloves, or can you have other sources of accuracy? You can get accuracy on whatever. You can see I have it on my ring here. I have accuracy here. I have accuracy here. I have accuracy here. Essentially, to get like fully capped, you're going to want accuracy on a lot of pieces of gear. That way we don't have to worry about precision and speccing into it on the tree. You use your skill tree to solve that until you're able to get the gear together, basically. Could also get like a big juicy roll on your staff. I just don't have it on my weapon right now, so. Lava Lake. Unlucky on the recoms. Yeah, that never feels good.
What have you gotten? I should raise my fees. Well, make it happen. I'll put the word out. All in order. I'll let you know.
This is the mapping setup that I'm doing. So no Stampede, regular Cyclone.
Do not make my mistakes again.
I was like standing in shit. You got Fortify after using the power coin? Lucky, lucky, lucky. Lucky, lucky, lucky.
Make your wish.
How do I keep with it? You've re-rolled 2 times now because I can't seem to stay long enough to feel impactful and get annoyed. Are you saying that you've re-rolled twice since the league started 4 days ago? That's insane. I mean, like, you don't even get, like, the money to be able to scale a build and see its potential, you know? You're basically just running constant league starters. How long will I craft a late game staff? I'm not sure. I think I'm gonna save for a mage blood before I make a staff. I really want a mage blood. Really want a mage blood. Yeah, staff is like kind of a long-term project. Mage blood is going to give me lots of quality of life. Getting a little bored of Blight. We're doing basically astrolabes to generate additional Scarab drops from bosses, and then I'm running Domination Scarabs to spawn a bunch of shrines, and then a Terror's Domination so that there's Atlas bosses for each shrine, and then just farming a bunch of Atlas bosses for Scarabs.
Please do not make my mistakes your own.
You can see that's an Atlas boss I just killed. There's another one. You're zooming? How'd you get Tailwind? My boots give me Tailwind whenever I deal a critical strike.
What you perceive is not the same as what is.
Oh, is Void Shockwave down to 100 and... Is that really what it got down to? That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's a much better gem than Shockwave. Damn, those came down in price, dude. They're super cheap now. Thanks, Topi, for the follow. You run Void Shockwave with your Cyclone.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
I'd much rather run Jungle Valley. Impale just, it scales with crit. It's just, think of it like when you hit an enemy and you crit them, you can impale them, and it's just additional damage, physical damage done to the target. You can have multiple impales on a target. I'm currently running a Quicksilver, a Diamond Flask, the Replica Witchfire Brew, and Rumi's. Okay, let's go.
Verdant canopies shroud the world in dark.
Oh yeah, it's MTX for the flasks. I actually have one for life flask too. And I have one for Quicksilver, actually, come to think of it. The not being able to port from Mirage is really honestly the one problem I have with the leagues right now. Like, having a stash full of items and having to exit the Mirage and then run all the way back to where you were is incredibly dumb. It's like that classic meme in PoE where you have to run back to get your loot. Somehow they never figure that out. You'd think after like 40 leagues they would figure out that players do not want to have to run back through shit they've cleared to get their loot. I don't think anyone likes that feeling. I love the Eker pump loot explosion. You like it when the giant ball sack just explodes and sprays everywhere? Thanks, Pox, for the follow. Talking about Blight, right? Talking about Blight? That's what we're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. Better than Delve? Better than Fusion. Our boy Fusion.
Hello.
You hate Expedition with a passion. What did Expedition ever do to you? Those unkillable mobs. Oh yeah, if you get like, if you do Big Boom and turn everything into just a giant sack of shit that you can't kill. Yeah, it can get pretty annoying.
Hello.
I made all the monsters immune to me because I didn't pay attention. Yeah.
Can't you see?
It is the worst when you hit the wrong remnant that you didn't mean to. And then essentially you bricked your entire expedition. That map.
What is your desire?
I think Void Shockwave is pretty good. That is annoying as Soul Eater and Delve. Yeah, Soul Eater in general.
You gamble
But
with
yeah, I can see that in
forces
Delve being
and
nasty. Yeah, Void Shockwave is pretty good. It is pretty dang good. Endgame good? I think for mapping endgame it's good. I got lucky and sniped a 200 C Void Shockwave with 20% quality. Ooh, damn. Buying Void Shockwave and the MTX feels so good. The MTX has always been nice on Shockwave, but you definitely feel it with Void Shockwave. One T16, I'm done with Atlas. 10 uniques to go then. I really haven't done any of my unique maps yet. I should probably get on that. Was a 10-way bugged for a map slot? Nope. Worked for me. That speed you're at just too fast for me. Yeah. Need for speed. Need for speed. Probably Euro server again. That dude, the Euro servers, dude, are crazy, dude. Crazy. The issues you guys are having.
Each step you take binds you tighter to the ruin we sought to escape.
Hit ground slam with coin of power and got Ellie damage with attacks. Don't know if that's good or bad. It's not good. I should coin my ground slam. It's gonna make my mana reservation go up though. I'd be curious. I should life tap my assassin's mark. There's like a lot of imbuing that needs to happen with my gem setup. Oh, we should go do this, what am I doing? Go do the Mirage.
The more you aid him, the more harm he will inflict.
What was that, dude? What got me there?
Up front.
Got sneezed on. Oh, is that meteor flask? Yeah, the meteor killed me. That's what that was. I was like what took me out is the meteor. Because yeah, when we don't block that, that shit is deadly. That's what I YOLO get for just taking whatever alter mod I want. Not paying attention to the downside. What Atlas setup should I go for? What I did on my original Atlas was I did Breach, so I went for all the map sustain stuff here, and then I took some Breach here, I took some more Breach over here, went for the unstable breaches, and then did some more Breach stuff up here. It was pretty good. Linked it earlier. It's this guy's spreadsheet. He has like a breach tree on there. You don't have to worry about the scarabs. I wouldn't worry about that. But this is the general tree you want to follow.
Greetings.
Alright. Time to do malts.
Greetings.
Take a free divine orb.
Orders in. Rolls along Gurdy, but the exchange went very well.
Yeah, no problem.
Really?
Right back. As my base is what we want to use. I kind of want to start playing around with staff crafting, actually.
Business, business, business.
I've got increased armor and crit on flasks. Which would you recommend for silver? Less curses? Yeah, you've already got the armor and the crit. Less curses isn't bad to go with. Excuse me. I believe automation doesn't reserve mana.
Ahoy there.
Let's see what YouTube has on. Yeah, I'm fairly certain it doesn't, but let's check. Oh, did I not, run it here? Oh, because I set this character up for testing on, I set him up for testing for Exarch. If I roll 1 blue on this, 1 second. Yeah, so see how I have automation right here, and we have, is it 415 unreserved mana? 415 unreserved mana. So what automation does is, I believe it increases the mana cost of just using the skill manually. So the mana cost here is 17. And now it costs 25. So what it's basically saying is it's increasing it's a multiplier on the cost of the skill being triggered, not on reserving your mana. So it makes it cost more mana when it triggers.
You've had a sail, exile. You've got a pet. Ah, what a...
Yeah, it is.
Is with triple prefixes. Most of this can likely be applied to other item types or slots, especially when aiming for a set of 3 prefixes or 3 suffixes. Let's jump in. Here are the highest tier mods for our 3 desired axe prefixes. For reference, %fizz, hybrid fizz, and flat fizz refer to these 3 mods. A link to this sheet can be found in the description below. Be warned that these crafts require many orbs of alteration. The more you have, the better. Additionally, you'll need a lot of thaumaturgic dust in King's March, gold, and many item bases to craft on. Show desired item bases in your loot filter and pick them up while mapping. In this case, we're using Vol axes that are item level 83 or higher. We need 2 regex strings. As we craft, these will visually filter the axes inside of the stash tab. For the first and primary string, generate this on poe.re in the magic items page. This string will highlight valuable mods for us or highlight items that are missing a prefix. The second string is simply a list of mod names that identify valuable mods, which is used solely to lower the cost of thaumaturgic dust when recombinating. If you're crafting a 2-ended axe, both regex strings can be found in the description below, which you can copy. Next, crafting. Put all of your item bases in a stash tab and make all of them magic rarity. Fill a portion of your inventory with alterations and augmentations. Next, go to your stash and enter the first regex string in the search box. Then use alterations until every item in the stash tab is highlighted. After everything is highlighted, put in your second regex string to see if there are any valuable mods. If there are, pull them out and put them in a safe spot. Next, re-add your first regex string. Then use an orb of augmentation on every item in the stash tab. Lastly, check any highlighted items to see if there's a valuable mod. Alternatively, use the second regex here again. And that's it for the crafting stage. If you wish to repeat this process, use a single alteration once on every item Ensure your first regex is in place, and then go back to step 1. After you have a collection of items you'd like to smash together, move on to the next stage. Next up, recombinating. If any of your magic items contain only a prefix and do not have a suffix, craft the lowest tier of strength at the crafting bench. Doing this should save you thaumaturgic dust at the recombinator. There are 2 versions of recombinating. We'll be using unpredictable recombination. Click this button so it has a blue border. To work towards a triple prefix weapon, we first want to create 2 items, each with 2 prefixes. Each item should have one mod that's duplicated, sometimes called doubling up. The doubled up mod should be the one with the highest weighting that's easiest to roll. In this case, it's Flat Fizz. For the first recombination, combine Flat Fizz with Percent Fizz. And for the second, combine Flat Fizz with Hybrid Fizz. Each of these has a roughly 33% chance of success. If either of these is successful, congratulations. You likely already have a powerful weapon after multi-modding or using a Veiled Exalted Orb. Here are some potential multi-mod examples that could be useful. Next, we want to smash these 2 items together, and if you're lucky, you'll end up with a triple prefix weapon. If it fails, you'll likely have a 2 prefix weapon that you can recombinate again. Shout out to Buttsickles for his continued research on how recombinators work. He estimates getting a 3 prefix weapon will take 20 or more recombinations, not an easy feat. To see how to finish suffixes on a triple prefix axe for a slam build, check out my crafting guide for Volcanic Fissure of Snaking.
Should be able to use these same regexes. So we're going to need Ezomite bases. Yeah, he's legit. Okay, so should be able to just use these regex strings because it's the same stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to buy some Ezomite bases. How much are these going for? Now the trick is if I want to Shaper Orb this, if I go with oh, the search bar, if you hit / on your keyboard, it brings up the in-game shop or in-game trade without having to go through the website. So you can do everything in game now. If I go with an 85 item level base, there's a chance that we can hit more bad mods with a Shaper Slam Orb. If I go with an 83, there's less. So I think I'm going to go with an 83 item base. We want non-corrupted, non-influenced. Non-synthesized, non-fractured. Okay.
There's a fair breeze on the wind today, wouldn't you say, Exile? I'd consider the dog is in the hen house, as a commoner might say.
How am I getting Shaper Elder on this? I guess it's just a thing that might happen.
Orders in. 'Twas a long journey, but the exchange.
You got a bunch of level 83s already, Hank? What do I think of Void Shockwave? Does it make sense instead of Shockwave support? It's a lot better than Shockwave support. Yeah, it's definitely worth using. I wouldn't mind buying in bulk if you have some. How much do you want per staff? Looks like in trade right now they're going for 4 chaos. Pay you 4 chaos. That's like 80 chaos for 20 of them. What's your character name in game? Let's do it this way. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Sweet. Is there any requirements you need to meet before getting Void Shockwave, or is it simply a stronger plug and play? It's a simply stronger plug and play. I gotta do my vault at some point. Keep for neglecting to my Kirak vault. $84 is fine if you want to finish it out. As long as it's, I'd even risk it on an 85, but... yeah, as long as it's not 85. 85 has a chance to roll like a, worse, it widens the pool when you shape or slam at the end of the craft if I want to do that, if I go that direction. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thanks, man. Okay, so... do... okay, I'm gonna buy some more off trade real quick. Sell this one for like 5 chaos. What are we going for? Just the base item. Yeah, we'll sell it for 4.
What have you got for me? I think I can sell that.
The build I'm playing is on the POB, so it's in, it's kind of in the POB. It's the speed variant. So obviously I don't have a Mage Blood yet, or any of that kind of stuff, but yeah, it's the same concept. I'm using regular Cyclone with movement speed boots, so Tailwind Onslaught boots, and I'm using a Quicksilver Flask. Eventually I'll move over to a Mage Blood when I have the money. Yeah, I'm basically moving in that direction and doing the speed variant. Alright. More like the level 97 one, yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and grab I'll probably grab like another 20 staffs, and then we'll do some crafting.
There's a fair breeze on the wind today, wouldn't you say, Exile? No, no. There's a fair breeze on the wind today, wouldn't you say, Exile? You've got affairs you might want to tend. You've got affairs you might want to tend. Orders in. Was a long journey, but the exchange went well enough. The dog is in the hen house. The dog is in the hen house, as a commoner might say. Check in with me when you have... There's a fair breeze on the wind today, wouldn't you say, Exile?
Tab and make all of them magic rarity. Fill a portion of your inventory with alterations and augmentations. Next, go to your stash and enter the first regex string in the search box. Then use alterations until every item in the stash tab is highlighted. After everything is highlighted, put in your second regex string to see if there are any valuable mods. If there are, pull them out and put them in a safe spot. Next, re-add your first regex string. Then, use an Orb of Augmentation on every item in the Stash tab. Lastly, check any highlighted items to see if there's a valuable mod. Alternatively, use the second regex here again. And that's it for the crafting stage.
Yeah, you could gamble for the stat base, but it's like 3 or 4,000 gold, and gold is like more annoying to farm right now than chaos, so yeah. Alright. Orb of Og.
If you wish to
Okay, so basically, we're fishing for something like this that has a good mod. So now we gotta... Alright, I see how this works. So let's go ahead and grab alts, and augs, and then we re-alt everything.
All in order. I'll let you know.
Alright. Go ahead and get some to going again while I craft. Okay. If you do the POB command in chat, you can get it. I just found a 30% judgment staff. How should I go about crafting that? Probably the same way I'm doing it recombination, but unfortunately judgment base is terrible. But not terrible, it's just not ideal. But you'd have to YOLO recombinate it. If you want to keep the 30%, then the best thing to do, it's also a gamble, is roll the staff until you get T1 or T2 Fizz Hybrid, which will take a lot of alterations, and then Aug it, Regal it, Slam it, and then use a Fracturing Orb and pray that you hit the T1 Fizz Hybrid. And then once you have a fractured base, then you could go ahead and continue crafting on it that way. You've actually hit T1 Hybrid on it. My Fracture just split it and sell all 2 or 3. Yeah, you could do that. But that was a depressing vault. I just got the option of 20 Orbs of Fusing or 20 Orbs of Fusing. Wait, what? I'm using Cyclone with the new Void Shockwave, Pulverize, Brutality, Fortify, and Infuse Channeling. Rise Lothas is probably going to be better, but I need the life and resistances right now, so I went with the Cord Belt. Ooh, that's a T1 Fizz hybrid. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. That's super rare. You get vaults by doing an astrolabe, and when you complete the influence maps that an astrolabe does on the atlas, then you can go do the vault. Crafted a chest last night after watching you hit every dominance and waken with T5 lightning resistance. Was so happy. Didn't have enough money for lock, but oh well. There you go, Chris. Glad it worked out. Let's see here.
Greetings.
What have you got for me? What have you got for me? Let's see what. Oh. I'll put the word out.
Void Shockwave is better than... Well, it depends. I think Void Shockwave on mapping is probably better than Melee Fizz or worth subbing out. I'm past the point of needing a Carnage Heart. Carnage Heart's good when you're leveling and you first get into maps, but my character's power is past that now. The Enlightened gem, support gem dropped. Enlightened could be useful later on in the build, yeah. So my understanding AVD is that recombination is the superior way, unfortunately. Hey Bub, what's up? Carrying your heart attributes hard. Finally fit Pride into my build, kind of lacking a bit of hit chance though. Feel kind of like a switch too early. Yeah, you want to definitely prioritize your accuracy. You can see I have accuracy on my amulet, my rings, as well as my gloves to assist with staying hit capped. Yeah, so basically, the method I'm using right now is going to be how we craft like an actual real in-game weapon. I would be doing it with all T1 prefixes. I'm settling for T3 or higher prefixes right now, just to make a better weapon than what I currently have. Right, to make a better weapon than what I currently have. So I'm trying to make like a more expensive version of my early endgame weapon. But if I was doing this for like the ultimate endgame weapon, I'd want only T1%. I'd only want T1 mods. Yeah, so you can see like I'm settling for T3 here. You know, I got one hit on a T1, which is almost a perfect T1 actually. See, this is actually a staff that I kind of like. This one in particular, I kind of want to like YOLO a fracturing orb on, like regal it, slam it, and put a fracturing orb on it. Because if I hit that T1 fracture right there, then you could just spam Contempts of Essence. The only problem is you can't Shaper Slam it to finish it off, so you'd have to reforge attack. You get the attack speed on there, and then you'd probably do the Veiled Alt. I'd probably Veil Alt. I'd probably Veil Orb this, to be honest, if I went that direction. Which worked out pretty well with in the past. Are you saying I should send it? I have a Fracturing Orb. There's a 1 in 4 chance. +1 to Endurance Charge would be good on the Shaper mod. He also has like good crit mods and stuff. I'm trying to recombinate a good one, Cruz. Yeah. If I fracture this and hit the T1, that is fucking bananas. Like, that would be actually bananas. It's an almost perfect T1 Fizz Hybrid. Do I send it, guys? Do I send it? I fractured it. A 25% chance. Fucking bricked. It's actually worthless now. Recombo save it? Yeah. I can still recomb it, right? We'll save it for a combination. But yeah, that's Sag. That's Sag, guys. I guess if I was to recombo this, how would I recombo this? We think would be the best way to do this. I guess the best way to do it would be to do it like... I'll just save it. It's fine. Ezamite has a higher crit chance, so I want the crit. Nope. Check my POB. You guys got to look at my POB. I have two different versions of the build for endgame. One uses Cyclone with movement speed boots and Mage Blood. The other one does Cyclone of Tumult with Stampede. I am doing the mapping version right now. I will do you one better. This is the video that I've been watching for the craft. It has the that video has the regex in the descriptions. Yeah, but, you know, I prefer to do mine on an Azimite base. Do you not have hybrid on there, Cruz? I kind of want to see if I can save this staff right now. Would I just recombinate this with something like... This is the most common. Do I just recombo these together and YOLO it? Honestly, Cruz, I wouldn't be wasting resources on a staff unless you get the Fizz hybrid. I guess you're following my video, though, to do the early in-game weapon, huh? I basically just YOLO send this, right? I don't know why I came to town, because I have a Recombinator in my hideout, but... we should do Unpredictable, right? Because it's gonna pull randomly from these. I'm gonna YOLO send it. Oh, I got rid of the one fucking mod I wanted. That's tragic. That's actually tragic. Alright, whatever. Damn, you lost 4 T1 increased Fizz. That's actually crazy. I guess so it goes, though, you know? I'm rolling that over. That's like on the very low end. Not even worth my time.
We've made a trade. The Mary Lane is ready.
I've had good and bad experiences with this side. I've had times where I've spent like 500 to 700 essences of contempt, and failed to hit what I wanted. There's been times where I've hit it in like 100 essences. The problem I think that people have with recombination is it's a lot of grind. It's a lot of grind to set it up to do. I think the cost effectiveness works out ahead of buying contempt essences. Contempt essences are just YOLO spam, you know, there's no effort on your part except you rolling the item over and over. Recombination is just annoying, I think, to people because you have to prep the items, and that takes so much time running the alterations. But like, it's definitely cost effective compared to Contempt essences.
All in order. I'll let you know.
You gotta follow my POB. You need to have Charisma as an anoint. Doc, you have to have Charisma as an anoint. You need to have at least 8% increased mana reservation or higher on your helm. You need to have the increased mana reservation here, and you also need to have Rune Graph of Treachery for more mana reservation here. Wow, Cruz, thanks for the sub. Any good influence sometimes for prefix or nah? Nah. All the prefixes you want to have, like flat fizz, increased fizz, hybrid fizz. They're too good. Yeah, I think this is going to be... I think this method is more cost effective. The only time I think the essence spamming is worth it is if we hit a T1 Fizz hybrid. I think it's worth fracture orbing to see if we can lock that in place. At which point I think contempt essences become better, and then we can just do our suffixes with attack speed, do like a veiled orb, and then benchcraft to finish it. And I think that's probably going to be better. Otherwise, I think unless we get a T1 Fizz hybrid locked on fractured, I think the recombo method is the best. So like right here, T1 Fizz. All right, guys. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna regal it. I'm gonna slam it. I'm gonna buy a fraction orb. Fuck it. We're gonna send it. All right. T1 Fizz hybrid. Alright guys, we have a 25% chance. 25% chance. Fucking bricked it, dude. We can try to recombo to save. Okay. I guess recombo it with Flat Fizz. We see what happens. Let's try to see if we can save it, guys. It's on life support. It's on life support. It's on life support. Where's my recombinator? It's dying, guys. We have to save it. It's dying. I think I did forget. Hold on, let me press my streamer client button. Okay, hold on, give me 1 second, guys. Alright, I hide it over here to the side. It's under the table. Alright, it's been activated. Here we go. Okay. What do I do now? Do I try to recombo it? How do I... Do we recombo again with another Flat Fizz? It kept the fractured. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, guys. It's on life support. It's on life support. It's on life support. We gotta hit it again. Try to jump start it again. Here we go. Should I aug this, or should I put a suffix on this, or does it even matter? You want a suffix on it, right? So it pulls one of the two. Aug for cheaper cost. Yeah. Fucking bricked. Brother. Yeah. Yeah. I removed the only good mod on it. Okay. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Whatevers. What am I doing? Okay. Yeah, that's I like the fracture feels like it's definitely worth trying to go for. We're rolling for Fizz hybrids, flat Fizz. So T1 flat Fizz, T3 or higher Fizz hybrid, T3 or higher increased Fizz. So if you hit on one, don't just try to triple recombo. Well, I'm building up a stash of staffs, so I'm like prepping a bunch because I'm leaning on the side of RNG not being in my favor. Okay, another flat Fizz. I think what I might do is get like maybe 7 sets together. Thanks, Hank. Have a good night, man. Thanks for stopping by. I think I might get 7 sets together and we'll give it a shot. It's going to take a lot more than that on average, but we'll see. I can reverse engineer them. Yeah, give me a second. I'll link the boots. If I bought these for 5 divine. If I was going to do these, I would actually make them on an armor base or armor evasion base myself. I do want to recraft my boots at some point and make those better. I just bought them because they were cheap for 5 divine. Shit. They go so quick, I roll over them. Like I just did there. Okay. They need to be ideally 83 or higher, but not 85. So 83, 84. I don't want to use 85 because if I choose to Shaper Slam on the back end for the suffix, 85 Shaper Slam has some mods I don't want. So 83 to 84 is the sweet spot. Yeah, so my boots. That alt spam is impossible on controller. RIP. Switch to mouse when you get enough bases together. Yeah. It's a lesson in patience, guys. It's a lesson in patience, determination, pure will. Pure will. "81 Divines, halfway there, time to sleep. Thanks for stream." Hey, good night, man. Thanks for stopping by. Is that worth doing? Is that worth fracturing? I think T2 is worth fracturing. You guys think it's worth a fracture? It's only 5% off from cap on increased fizz. I think it's worth a fracture. Alright guys, moment of truth.
What have you got?
Moment of truth.
All in order. I'll let you know.
T1 fracture only? I mean, it's 5% from cap, Chris. It's only 5%. I guess if we want to be perfect. You don't think I should settle for T2? I think for so 79% is the cap on a T1. We've got a high-end roll on a T2. I think it's worth the fracture, to be completely honest. And fractures are pretty cheap, so I think it's worth it. Alright guys, this is our third shot at this so far. What are the odds? The odds are not in our favor. Alright, can I save the item is the question. Can we save it? I guess we go with T1 flat. Okay. Brother. Brother. It's rough out here today. It's rough out here today. Alright. It is rough out here today. You don't have the patience or stamina to fail. It's kind of like playing the lottery, this game, you know? This game is kind of like playing the lottery. This is really the only, like, kind of gamba aspect, really. Once you kind of get your prefixes worked out on the weapon, it becomes a lot more deterministic. But this part of it is rough, yeah. The prefixes are the hardest part when crafting your staff. It's just hard to hit all these. If I don't win, I might throw my controller through the window. I mean, yeah. That's why I don't gamba.
I should raise my fees.
Greetings.
Yeah, I kind of feel like PoE is a giant gamble and stuff. Yeah, but think about it this way, Benny. On average, if you know what you're doing with crafting, it's less money than to buy the item on trade. So you're farming the currency, right, in the game. Now, you could just give the money to somebody who made the piece of gear, but they're going to upcharge you on it. So essentially, you're losing the time you spent grinding money if you know how to craft it yourself. Like this chest right here, if I look this chest up on trade right now, right? Now remember, this cost me about 8 to 10 divines to craft. So let's look this guy up on trade real quick. Right, this cost me 8 to 10 divines to craft this chest. 8 to 10 divines. The cheapest one is 16 right now on trade. With the armor that I have on the chest, 26 divine. So it cost me 8 or 10 divine to craft this chest, and to get one of the decent quality, you're looking at 20 plus divine, probably more like 25 divine, if I wanted to flip that item. Yeah, it's one of those things where crafting the weapon is far more difficult than crafting the chest. It's far more gamba with recombination, or just a shit ton of essences. But at the same time, probably cheaper than buying one on trade. I can see your YouTube chat messages, Landon. What's up? I might have missed something you said earlier. Is it just a gem swap for single target? Sorry. Yeah, I missed your message. I dropped running crit damage for Void Shockwave. I got bored mapping and I said fuck it, you know, because I could probably make a better weapon than what I have right now with the money I have. I'm gonna Mage Blood eventually. So overpaying is okay. I mean, yeah, if you don't want to craft. Crafting is just kind of like a grind. I haven't tried to use both shockwaves, but I'm going to say no. It'd be like trying to use 2 melee fizzes, I would imagine. It wouldn't work.
What are we shipping? We'll make it happen. I'll put the word out.
Void doesn't have longer CD. Void has less CD. Right, Void Shockwave has a 0.5 second CD. Regular Shockwave has a longer CD. Regular Shockwave has a cap on how many shockwaves it can do. Void doesn't. Void is all around a better gem. It is all around a better gem. No. You're thinking of it wrong. Void Shockwave doesn't have one charge. It has no charge limit. It can just continuously go off. Right? So with regular Shockwave, it goes off a couple times. There's a cap. And it's one Shockwave per thing. There's no cap on Void Shockwave. And it basically chains off mobs. So like as you level the gem, like at level 2 here, it'll repeat off of multiple enemies, like 3 enemies, so you get multiple shockwaves at once. What's up, Ark? Good morning. Thanks, Say, and thanks, Monza, for the follows. Thank you, guys. T1 increased his. Ooh la la. You know what I kind of want to do right now? Let's go ahead and combine some of these and see what we get. Screw it. Alright, so...
Recombinating. If any of your magic items contain only a prefix and do not have a suffix, craft the lowest tier of strength at the crafting bench. Doing this should save you thaumaturgic dust at the recombinator. There are 2 versions of recombinating. We'll be using unprefixed weapon. We first want to create 2 items, each with 2 prefixes. The doubled up mod should be the one with the highest weighting that's easiest to roll.
Okay, so we want to do one with flat fizz and fizz percent, and flat fizz and hybrid fizz. So hybrid, flat fizz, and flat fizz and hybrid fizz. Flat fizz and hybrid fizz. Okay. Bricked. Bricked. And if I try to do these together, this is flat fizz and yeah, so we could still try to do these together, I guess. Bricked. I'll take a look at it in a second. Brother. Man, we're just not hitting anything we want on these, huh? Rip. The dust situation. Alright, we're gonna need a lot more dust. Okay, I'm gonna put these back for now. I said POB did an update. Let's see. Update ready. That is a big update. Save this as website. Way more than I had apparently. Convert all trees to 3.28. If you convert all your trees to 3.28, the loadout is fine. Loadout is good. Do this other update. Hold on. Alright, convert all trees to 3.28. Converts. Alright, so let's check out the POB. Looks good. Level 90 tree. Looks good. 96 is good. So the in-game variant. I should now be able to sim this properly, so I can take, I guess, this out, and on Cyclone we should be able to put Void Shockwave here. They've added the gem. Void Shockwave. Okay. And did they give you an ability to imbue a gem in POB yet? Is that a thing? Ah, you're not wrong. Yeah, I can fix that. Good catch. So can we not imbue gems yet? Is that not a thing? Option that they added? I'll keep that like that for now then. Okay. Alright. I think we're good on this. Let's look at this version. Just made the boots, you linked them in global. Pretty crazy Awakeners hit. Oh, damn. Nice. Nice. I'm just making some edits to the POB based on some feedback from you guys, just to make things a little bit more clear. With links for those that are newer. Yeah, no problem. No problemo. I was waiting for an update to do this. Okay. This is a level 90 loadout done. Level 96 loadout done. So I think the mana reservation, the POB's been updated now with the auto exertion costs. We probably need 9%, yeah. And we need to fix that. Good call. Let me check level 90, make sure that's just not an issue. Level 90 is using all blue, but we don't use all the auras at that point, but I'll fix the colors on this one too. Yeah, I'm working on the updated right now. Um, with how cheap Void Shockwave is, I'm curious. I think Void Shockwave is just a better gem to use. I think when you're leveling and doing 70s, you have your regular Shockwave, and by the time you're 90, you've got Void Shockwave running. This felt better to me in testing. And then by the time you're 96, you'll have level 2 Void Shockwave like I did, just by leveling it. And it's going to feel better for clear. And then really just the bossing version. Because like, if I was looking at the bossing version, I would probably drop Melee Fizz. So Melee Fizz is 61 million damage. If you look at Void Shockwave at max stuff, it's about 20 million damage less. And I think in a single target situation where you're bossing on the bossing loadout, you want as much damage as possible. You want that extra 25 to 30 million damage that Melee Fizz is going to give you. But on the speed variant, it makes a lot of sense to run the Void Shockwave. I don't... Can you corrupt an exceptional gem? I feel like that would be something you would do. Nope. I think on the Giga endgame version, you're going to corrupt it to have 5 explosions versus 4. Yeah, you're going to corrupt it for... It's super expensive, but that's what you're going to do. No, you don't use Void Shockwave on the bossing tree. I mean, if you just saw what I did on the bossing tree, we are not using Void Shockwave, so... Yeah, you can keep your Stampede and just run this as is, and just basically gear into the endgame version of this. I made the speed variant to give people an option. I'm enjoying it. I'm going to push the speed variant this week, but you can still keep your Stampede and do the more... This is going to be far more damage. You're just going to be slower, but you're going to have far more damage. Yeah. Okay, and then for here, we'll go ahead and do the same thing I did below. We'll separate these two gems out so there's no confusion for people. So we'll do... I mean, it's tricky. You have to kind of read the build to use all the auras. I go over it in my build update video. Like, if you watch my build update video, I tell you what you need at this point to be able to run Pride and Purity. And I go over how you need the Helm Implicit, how you need Charisma, how you need the Mana Reservation, and how you need the Rune Graphic Treachery. So it's in the build video. Like, it's there. I could add it to the notes, too. But, yeah. Because I guess not everybody watches the video. But... I guess that's fair, yeah. Let me fix these loadouts real quick. So I separated Frostblink and Molten Shell. So I don't have enough mana. Molten Shell. This is likely due to the change to auto exertion. Oh, we don't have auto exertion anymore, so why is this presenting a problem now when it didn't prior? Yeah. Oh, the mana reservation on the helm is really low. Whoa, that's not right. Alright, hold on. That should be much higher. On the endgame version, this should be like 12. Okay, yeah, that fixes. So on the mapping version, we're using Molten Shell because we have enough armor. Once you get to about 25,000 plus armor, Molten Shell sims better as a guard skill. So when you look at Steel Skin here, with Steel Skin, it gives us 21k max fizz hit. Molten Shell gives us 22. It's slightly better. Once your armor gets to a certain point, Molten Shell overtakes Steel Skin. We don't get to that point on the Stampede version because Stampede doesn't, like, we have less armor because of the gear we have to wear. Alright, like, we can use armor evasion gear here, and we get extra armor from our boots, and we also have Mage Blood that's juicing our armor that we're getting from our Basalt Flask. It gets our armor high enough that Molten Shell works. We can't do that on the other build. On the other build, we don't have as high of armor due to, you know, evasion energy shield boots and no insane armor scaling because we don't have Mage Blood. So it makes, like, Steel Skin is better at this point because we have way less armor. Because Molten Shell scales off your armor as a defensive buff. So it's actually better on the mapping version of the build because we're going to have twice the armor almost. It's on my website. If you go to sanovix.com. Alright, so this is good. Let's fix this one. So the reason I don't build a loadout after 96 is a lot for most players. This is where the build is going to end. Like this is where a lot of newer players, if this will be a milestone if they make it this far. To get from 96 to like one of the in-game versions, it's just lots of money investment, right? So Mage Blood, 200 divines. You know, the Forbidden Flesh and Flame setup, 200 divines. This Watcher's Eye, 100 divines. Like, so it's just like you have to incrementally upgrade into the end game versions, right? You sink currency into this thing, like I did it with the chests. I'm playing around with the weapon today, but ultimately I want a Mage Blood. Like, you have to set goals and save money and do farm strategies. And I could build out like a dozen incremental upgrade, but like at that point, new players aren't doing this. Like a new player is not doing any of this. So this is where a new player stops the build. Have you said which result we were looking for with the coins this league? You want to use Coin of Power for Fortify, or Endurance Charge on melee stun is this another good option. Okay, so that's all fixed up in terms of that. We've updated this to have Void Shockwave. Void Shockwave. Okay. Don't worry about that later. I'd use Coin of Powers. I think the strength options are. I think the strength options are far better with Coin of Power. I had something in the notes here. We'll call this. In order to use all of our auras on this loadout, you need the following. Charisma, Annoyance, Armor, Implicit, on Helm, 9% plus. %? Yeah, it needs to be 9%. Mana Mastery. And Rune Graft of Treachery. I'll throw this, that's there. I think on the 90 version, we are running that. Yeah. Notes. Oh, the notes persist. Right. We need to fix the 90 gear. The 90 needs to be a level 9 also. Okay. Switching to the end game, how do you compensate for giving up the life leech nodes? Talking about right here on the mapping version. Or on the bossing. I think you're talking about the bossing. So with the bossing version, we're killing stuff so quick before a boss can really do anything, it's dead. So like with this loadout, you should be able to kill an Uber Pinnacle boss in about 5 to 10 seconds. So you don't really need a ton of leech because the fight's not going to last very long. We keep it on the mapping version, the speed version, because obviously we're going to be doing a whole map and stuff like that. So you don't need the leech so much on the bossing version, because if it's taking you longer than 5 to 10 seconds to kill the Uber Pinnacle boss, then we haven't achieved this. You can take some points out and put them back into the leech if you want, but at that point you don't have probably all this gear put together, so you're not doing the damage you should. Cyclone of Tumult just does more damage, but it has a downside that makes you move really slow, so you have to use a specific pair of boots to counter it. So we use it for bossing on the boss loadout, but for mapping we use a different loadout with regular Cyclone for more speed. It has less damage, but it's for mapping, not bossing. Alright, I think this is good. I'm going to go ahead and update the links. I'll update them set to the 96 loadout is what I want to do. Okay. Alright guys, if you do the POB command in chat, you'll have the updated POB now. Yeah, give me a second. I gotta update the video description. So let's do that. And I need to update all my YouTube stuff. Fun times. General's Cry still gets dropped. Whether you're gonna go mapping or bossing in the end game, you're gonna drop General's Cry and do the aura support setup. So. Okay, I'm gonna grab some more water, guys, and then I think I'm gonna go back to mapping for a bit. I want to take a break from crafting. Let's see how much money I lost just trying to mess around with staffs there. I was at 50 divine total stash, and now I'm at 45 divine. So we lost a couple divine messing around with staffs here, but that's fine. I'm gonna go back to mapping and chill after I stretch my legs for a few minutes and grab some water. I'll be right back. Okay.
Ahoy there!
Do I want to keep messing with staffs? I was kind of having fun crafting, honestly. As spammy as it is. Oh, I need dust is the problem, so we gotta throw some shit in town. What's really good dust for like value? I feel like Replica Stampede might actually be good dust. Brine Crown Corrupted. Yeah, I think you mentioned that earlier. The Astral. Servant of DK. 200k and cheap. Brine Crown Corrupted. How much is a Brine Crown Corrupted helm? Ooh, expensive. What's the name of that amulet? Astrolabe? Talking about this one right here. There's a site that helps with this. Is this what you were talking about? And chaos. Wait, what? $47k gold. Holy moly. I guess for the dust you're getting. Okay. Alright, yeah, we'll map for a bit, get some more gold, and then,
What have you got for me?
throw some stuff to dust. Yeah.
I should raise my fees.
I'm running Charisma on my belts and Idiomatic Defense on my amulet, and then I have Apply Additional Curse for my chest. We're not using Tumult now, we've gone more speedy version of the build for mapping. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I'm doing the Tailwind Onslaught boots, and then a Quicksilver Flask, and then we're saving for Mage Blood eventually.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
Oh, yeah. I went with the corded belt to try it out. Since I lost Stampede, I figured I still want the extra annoyance, so I'll just do it on the belt now. And it worked out pretty good. What's up, Matt? How's it going? I think I'm saving all my luck right now for... making a staff and or getting Mage Blood. I think is where that's at. Alright, what did we hit? Hey, we got the Scarabs on Mesa. That's the one I want to get it on. It's gonna be a good day. Good day. Good day, sir. Alright. I've been enjoying your build. I haven't done a true Cyclone build since Delirium. Hey, I'm glad you're having fun with it. I don't have a guide on the boots yet. I might do... Let me add that to a list of things to do. Maybe tomorrow I'll make a guide on boots. Tonight I'm planning on shooting a quick little update video for the weekend. I'm going to talk about the POB changes with the update, showcase the build that, as it is right now that I'm working on. So that's going to be tonight before I crash. I'd laugh at your helmet and gloves? Nah. I wouldn't laugh at them. I'm not that mean. You can do my account, James. If you just do the profile command, it'll take you to my account on Path of Exile, and then you can look at my character or import it in POB. Right now I'm running Pride, Purity of Elements, Auto Exertion, and Blood and Sand. You need to make sure that you have your stuff updated on your end, Benny. Make sure you've updated to all the updates for POB. Like if I go to the website real quick. So here's my updated POB. Here's my updated POB. If I hit open on POB website and it opens up my path of building, it loads it just fine. You need to make sure that you've updated path of building on your computer. I don't know, it's working for me. If other people can confirm whether it works for them or not with the new link. But it's working for me on my machine. More importantly, the POB registers on POB's website. Yeah. Yep, just have to do the update. I hate when I get the lair boss. He's invulnerable. Hey, it's working. Good stuff. What's the spikes from the ground? That's the ground slam of earth shaking for my little clones. How do I use your settings and import my own character to see accurate DPS? Yeah, what Benny's saying, or what POB is saying.
Hello.
If your character isn't set up exactly like mine, then some options might not be available in the config in POB.
Stay out.
Thanks. Thanks, Rag-G and Milk, for the follows. Appreciate it. I go for Onslaught on kill and Tailwind because I want to move quick.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
I don't enable frenzy charges on my POB unless there's a generated way, like a guaranteed way of getting them on single target. So the 90 and 96 POBs represent like what your damage will be on a boss. You're not going to have frenzy charges on a boss. I did enable frenzy charges on the level 100 mapping POB, the speed one, because we're not using it for bossing or single target, we're using it for running maps. And then on the level 100 bossing loadout, I have it enabled because we have a guaranteed way of generating frenzy charges from the passive skill tree. But for the 90 and 96, those are to be used for either bossing or mapping at that level. And I did not want to enable something that you won't have when you're bossing with that version of the build. An ethical build creator in PoE, what a sight, yeah. We do use Blood Rage on those versions, but Blood Rage doesn't generate frenzy charges. Killing enemies when you have Blood Rage generates frenzy charges. You're not killing enemies on a single target boss fight, thus you're not going to have frenzy charges. Right, so that's why it's just not enabled in the config here. We have guaranteed power charges from Assassin's Marks and blocking. We have guaranteed endurance charges from critting. There is no guaranteed way to generate frenzy charges when we're bossing on this loadout or the level 90 loadout. You have to kill stuff with Blood Rage to get a frenzy charge. On the speed version, the level 100 speed mapping version, I enabled frenzy charges because this build is for mapping, right? So you're always going to have frenzy charges because it's a mapping build. On the level 100 bossing version of the build, we take this mastery right here, gain frenzy charge when you hit your marked enemy. So I enabled frenzy charges on the level 100 bossing endgame version of the build because we have a guaranteed way of getting it on this version too. So as you can see right now, I'm mapping and I have frenzy charges. Maybe, yeah, like I'll probably do a crafting video on the boots like tomorrow, within the next day or two. Tonight I'm doing a build video update for the build in general from having played this weekend. It's the new Void Shockwave. The new Void Shockwave doesn't have an internal cooldown. So the new Void Shockwave can go off as much as it wants. There's a new Void Shockwave support, which is better than Shockwave. It has no cap on Shockwaves. It has half the cooldown time, and it can chain off enemies. Every time it levels, it chains. So level 1, it can chain off 2 enemies. Level 2, it can repeat off of 3 enemies. Level 3, it can repeat off 4 enemies, so on and so forth. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Hello.
Yeah, you run white maps. I mean, I'm powerful enough that I could run, like, I probably should just actually run just alked maps, because I have the damage and mitigation to deal with it for the extra quant. But you get guaranteed loot from this strat, so you don't really have to run, you don't have to, like, alk your maps even. I think I did boss already, huh? Yeah.
Greetings.
What's on your mind? Hello, hello, hello. All in order. I'll let you know.
So probably gonna do Ritual soon, excited to sit and spin. Yeah, Ritual's a lot of fun.
Illusions. What was connected to spend only destroyed.
I'm not sure, Benny. What is that next icon next to your endurance charges? Sorry if it's answered already. I mean, that's Blood Rage. That's Frenzy charges. one next to Flesh and Stone. You talking about this one right here, Rose Petals? It's a part of the new end game. It's when you are doing these Aegon memory maps, or doing astrolabes. How do you like the new Atlas progression? I feel it's too easy now. I did not expect the map to stand on and complete the entire. I like it, but I personally like it, dude. From an SSF perspective, because I play this game a lot on SSF, I prefer to have a easier map sustain and Atlas progression, so I can get straight into what I want to do. I think this is the best version of the Atlas they've ever done. It's fun. Like, I've had so much fun. It's really hard to describe it any other way. Looks like we're running Bog, boys. Looks like we're running Bog. Or Arcade. Fuck Arcade, we're running Bog.
Hello.
Yeah, the new Atlas is banging good. Let's see here.
All in order. I should raise my fears. Well, make it happen. The Maryline is... I think I can sell that.
You follow in my footsteps, in my father's footsteps. That alone should give you pause. What you perceive is not the same as what is.
Greetings.
Make your wish. You cannot master the Atlas. No one can.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Aegon can show up on anything. I'm fairly certain.
Greetings.
4 additional scarabs. 4 additional scarabs. Dudes, let's go. Purple is chaos. They're all kind of chaos so like the green shit will do more damage to you if you don't have chaos resistance.
Greeting.
Thanks, Mushi, for the 2 community subs. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the support. There is no more quality maps. They took that away. No more chisels. Where's the Mirage? Oh, where, oh, where? There she is.
What is your desire?
But thank you for the support. Hey, I appreciate it, Mushi. Three leagues of Cyclone. Yeah, this is my 4th league doing it too.
Layer upon layer of death. Disgusting.
What kind of Atlas tree am I running? We're doing map generation with shrines, lots of shrine scaling with Exarch altars, and then map generation, boss map stuff. Because the Atlas strategy we're doing is using an astrolabe to create influence with final boss drops 4 additional scarabs. Then we run a bunch of scarabs when we run the map. That gives causes a bunch of Atlas bosses to spawn. So we're basically every time there's a shrine, there's an Atlas boss on the map. So you'll see over here there'll be an Atlas boss. So there's an Atlas boss right here, Malachi. And when I kill him, he'll drop a bunch of scarabs. And there's like 15-ish shrines on every map. So basically you just run around, collect the shrines, become super fast, powerful, kill the map bosses, get the scarabs. Another map boss. More boss frags or scarabs. And then that's pretty much it. You do the Mirage. I think I did the boss in there. I'm gonna double check.
Sold something while you were gone.
Greetings.
And then you occasionally get these maps from doing this that sell really well. You get nightmare maps that you can sell. Nightmare maps sell pretty decent. So these sell for like 25 chaos right now. And then, more importantly, there's another type of map that can spawn with Mirage influence. And the Mirage influence ones sell for like 70 chaos right now. So it's pretty decent. That's on top of selling all the scarabs and everything else that drops. Okay, yeah.
Sold something while you were gone.
Imbue, inspiration, ground slam. Somehow you get the inspiration charges. Interesting.
Business, business. I'll let you know.
There's actually a video that on the strat that I'm following. Give me a second.
Include.
So this is the video for the strat that I'm doing. Sustain inspiration on ground slam of earth shaking. Let's test out the tech. Oh, let's say, what is this? 20 level 1 cruelty? Inspiration? I'll test the tech out. Void Shockwave is really good. Let's give it a shot. It does, oh, it fucks with the mana reservation, yeah. Which means, yeah, we'd have to have a much better mana reservation. Or I'd have to drop maybe Blood and Sand to test it. Yeah. What does an inspiration charge give you, basically? It's pretty crazy.
You follow in
See
my
what happens.
footsteps, in my father's footsteps. That alone should give you pause.
I'm not seeing inspiration charges. Or am I blind? Oh, there they are. Interesting. What's my crit at? Alright, so the question is, if I... Alright, so my crit's sitting at... I want to get them to scale all the way up. Alright, so I'm sitting at 86% crit chance with flasks and multiple charges. Let's drop this back for regular ground slam and see what that does. Once I lose the charges. I'm at 75%. So you do gain the benefit of it. That is real interesting. The only problem I have with it is it takes up mana. Extra mana for the auto exert that I can't afford to give up right now. I feel like Blood and Sand is worth more to me than that. No, that's crazy tech though. Interesting. You just popped up in Mesa? Yeah. I'm probably running more ores than you. I'm running Pride right now and Purity of Elements, so could be the issue. Like I'm running all the auras. What's your mana reservation on your helm? You're running Pride, Purity of Elements, Auto Exertion, Blood and Sand, and Flesh and Stone. I don't know how you're doing it with your mana reservation then. Do you have a jewel or something giving you more mana reservation? Or, I guess my question is, are you using Life Tap on Frostblink or are you using Leap Slam?
Make your wish.
You're using faster attacks with Leap Slam?
The more you aim,
I'm just curious how you're able to Leap Slam. Or do you have Life Tap attached to it? Oh, you have mana cost reduction. But that's for channeling. That doesn't do anything for the rest of your... like, it's more about your Leap Slam I'm wondering about. But Leap Slam isn't a channeling skill. So I'm just curious how that works. Am I crazy? Right? It shouldn't be a movement skill. Oh, non-channeling. Gotcha. I gotcha. That's how you're doing it. Okay. That makes sense. So is it that it's broken, or is it if you test inspiration on your General Cry setup, does it do it anyways and give you inspiration charges? That's the thing that I'd wonder. Like I'd want to test.
We've made a trade.
hello.
So what I'd be curious to test is, does General Cry give you inspiration if you use inspiration support on it? Give me 1 second. Let me repost that for you. Sorry, the bot killed it. So what I'm curious about is if I do like inspiration support, put this on my General's Cry, will it Want to test and see. But what I'm curious about is I don't think the tech is crazy. Like, to me, it would be crazy if it was an unintended thing that is happening. Otherwise, that's just a nice little buff, you know, for sure that you can do to yourself. But I wouldn't necessarily phrase that as like, you know, insane or something. If you're able to do it normally. Let's see what happens if I try this.
Stay sane.
I'm trying to see if we get those inspiration charges from our boys. We do. Okay, so yeah. I'm gonna run with that, I think. Oh, that's what melee fizz back in there. It's basically never sync with some slight tweaks in my own sound files. I have a link to it on my website. I think 83 to 84 on the Ezomite base, only because if you want to Shaper Orb slam it, there's a chance that you get like some bad movement speed modifiers if it's 85, which does nothing for us. I guess it would be fine if you're doing the speed version of the build, but if you're doing the like the in-game bossing one with Stampede, the movement speed is just a wasted mod on the staff. And I'd rather craft the staff to be interchangeable versus having one that I do for one thing and one for the other.
Greeting.
These are T16s.
Stay sane, exile.
So you have to use a greater or lesser to roll the 9% reservation on helm. I believe the one I rolled was greater. I rolled grands, I believe, for 9%.
Greeting.
Spout Cyclone, I go to should I swap to Tumult if I can? I would go Tumult with Stampede early on. And then you can decide at that point whether you want to do a speed variant like I'm doing or go with the bossing version of the build and stick with Tumult in the boots. You can do far more damage with the bossing version if you want to go that direction. Alright guys, let's go. Damn, PK. Thanks, Jake, for the follow.
Checking.
Greeting. Hello.
Yeah, total RNG on what gets added. Two unique bosses.
Stay sane, exile.
The strat that I'm
Include any of
yeah, basically domination astrolabe. There's a legendary blob. Nice.
Greetings.
Scarab tab. My Scarab tab is looking beefy, guys. It's looking beefy. They fixed the Blight might. What's up, Chris? And by the way, what's up with the Blight map affinity? Light map. Oh, you're talking about going into the stash tab. Nice. Yeah, that was broken this weekend. Cool, they fixed it. Very nice. Yeah, that was so annoying. It's one of those things that you took for granted, and then when it was broken, you're like, oh, come on, dude. Especially if you're like a Blight enthusiast. It's like, no.
Abandon all pretenses and save yourself while you still can.
It is not, but we should probably add that to... let me do something about that real quick, because that is a nice little resource. Let me put that in the... I'm gonna pin that, in here. Yeah, so that tier list is pinned now in the Discord, in the general tab if you guys need it. Thanks CFH Voodoo for the follow. What is all them skellies, Sanovix? It's from one of the shrines that I collect. Gives you minions.
Hello.
So basically, I'm transitioning into the speed variation build. I want to try that out over the next couple days, and then I figure next weekend I'll start to pivot into the bossing version of the build with Stampede again. So for this week, I basically just picked these up for like 5 divine. I just needed some onslaught tailwind boots with life. I want to recraft these armor evasion, but this is fine for now. I got the chest on. I fixed my jewel, my rings and my amulet, so I'm able to wear the chest we made on stream last night. I picked up a cord belt so that I could make up for the anoint loss on Stampede. And then I went over to regular Cyclone. That's pretty much it. I tried to get Fortify. The best I could get was Endurance Charge, which, as you said, is pretty good. Not as good, but it's pretty good. So I have Fortify as a support here for now. And that's pretty much it. I was able to roll 20% Impale chance on the gloves, so I'm only 10% off now from Impale. On the tree, I picked up a pretty good Lethal Pride for about 3 Divine. This is about 3 million damage on the tree. And then I got a Light of Meaning going. Did the final respec out of obviously all this stuff since I have the chest now. And we're actually fully hit capped. And our defenses were capped on everything right now. No Watcher's Eye yet. I'm just basically grinding money. I'm torn. I tried crafting some staffs earlier using FaZe's video, you know, basically how he did his two-hand axe for prefixes. I was starting to make bases for making like, not like a true endgame weapon, but maybe like a 9 to 950 PDPS weapon that I'll use for a while. So I was getting some bases ready here. Do that kind of crafting stuff. A single affix to extra Impale Watcher's Eye. Just the one mod you think would be worth it? We could go for that. Let me look at the POB. I don't think we use a Watcher's Eye until the loadout, the in-game versions. So you're just saying 2 additional hits? Healers can inflict last 2 additional hits. Oh, and that's the other thing I did too. I picked up a Rune Graph of Treachery for 4 Divine. So I was able to get Pride going. So we have... I actually have Pride, Purity of Elements, Auto Exertion, Flesh and Stone, and Blood and Sand. Oh, and the other thing that Cruise... 21 Pride should be cheap. That's fair. I also... The other thing that Cruise, Cruise and chat pointed out was Inspiration on Ground Slam actually gives us Inspiration charges. So we get a bunch of extra crit from that because we gain the Inspiration charges when they Ground Slam. So, yeah. I have to run some mana cost on non-channeling skills to still be able to use Leap Slam. I went back to... It works with Inspiration Sport normally on it anyways, and I tested it. I gained about, like, I want to say 11 or 12% crit when I had all my flasks and max Inspiration charges versus just all my flasks while I was mapping. And then... since I went back to regular Cyclone, I'm using Leap Slam again. When I go back to Stampede and Tumult, maybe in a week or so, when I go into a bossing version of this, I'll swap back to Frostwing. Yeah, I tested it. I put a regular Inspiration gem in here instead of doing the Imbued, and I was gaining the Inspiration charges, and I could see my crit chance go up. Like, I was at 86 or 87%. With 5 Inspiration charges and my flasks, and then as soon as I dropped the stacks and had the flasks up, I was down to 75% crit chance. You're saying it just shouldn't work, yeah. I don't know if that should work the way it does or doesn't. Yeah, it's weird. But it seems to work, so I'm using it right now. I'm curious. I didn't look into whether that's a known bug or something anyone's ever reported. So that's pretty much it with the build. Yeah. It's been mapping. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. And I've just been building up some dust for combo stuff. Let's go do our vault real quick.
What is it?
Hey, Reflecting Mist, guys. It's that easy. Making money is just that easy. That easy. Whenever you complete an astrolabe, you get a vault for the quadrant of the atlas that you did it in. So, yeah. Nice.
I should
Oh, and then I sold a bunch of stuff in the shop. Take that chaos. Nice. Have you checked DPS on your setup lately? Curious where you are. When I imported my character today, I'm sitting with this current setup using just regular Cyclone. I'm sitting at almost 14 million damage right now. So with the Lethal Pride and the Light of Meaning, yeah. I'll import it. Actually, I haven't checked because I just gained a little. It's not bad for normal Cyclone. I mean, and when you look at the numbers, General's Cry is only like 3 million of that. It's still like I think significant to keep around for right now, but it's not like you know, it's not like 50-50. I think it's still good to keep though at the moment. But soon, I think once I make my better weapon, I'll be able to justify dropping it. So yeah, here's Ground Slam with Cyclone. Oh, they updated POB, by the way. So I updated the POB. I replaced Void Shockwave with everything. I changed the POB so that in the level 90 and 96 loadouts, we are using Void Shockwave. I think it's something that is worth having until you either go the bossing in-game. Yeah, okay. So that's in there. They don't have support yet for imbues, it looks like. So I don't have the imbued. In the level 100 ones, I still have to sim that. But on my character right now, if we turn max pride effect on, fusion, so endurance charges, power charges, rage, leeching, crit recently, we have fortification. Oh, and I gotta turn on my flasks. Yeah, we're actually at 16.4 million damage right now. If you count in max pride after 4 seconds. And having just crit, which we should because we're at 96% crit. Our crit's pretty high, actually. Not bad for regular Cyclone. And we have almost double the movement speed over Stampede. And then obviously once I pick up a Mage Blood and I scale the movement speed further, we should be like at 150 plus movement speed. So pretty zippy. So I think crafting a weapon that has like another 200 plus PDPS is my goal. Corner Pride is 60. I should pick it up real quick, yeah. And I think I have everything qualitied up. Yeah, let me grab that pride real quick. So yeah, the character has pretty decent damage right now. It's probably like what is it going for right now? It was at 4 divine. What is it at right now? It's the same price as it was for the last day. I still think you want to go for your rune graph. It's gonna enable flesh and stone, which is gonna be. Oh, I don't have the mana to do it. Oh, because I'm using. I think this is because I'm using the inspiration on Ground Slam. So, yeah. If I go back to regular Ground Slam, this should work. Yeah. No, even then it's saying... Oh, I have old... Wait, I didn't undo Pride. That's Flesh and Stone. I'm tired. This is what I want to do. I don't know. I'm tired. I swapped out the wrong gem. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Okay. Yeah, we're exactly where we should be. Okay. So let's see here. Let's go see how much money I have now. I lost 5 divine, fucking around with staffs. Let's see if I gained anything back here. Oh shit, yeah, we're at 60 divine now in the stash. 60 divine. I might play around with crafting staffs again for a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a drink, guys, and then when I come back, we're gonna basically just get some more staff bases going, and do a little bit of playing around with crafting. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. I had to order a little copy. Increased fizz and melee is pretty good. Lazy. On mine, I was actually able to get crit multi, double damage, crit chance, crit chance, crit chance, double damage, increased fizz. So I ordered some coffee, yeah, from Starbucks, yeah. Really? Hold on. My coffee machine is... So, I need to get a new Keurig. I tried to, like, descale it, and it has a weird taste now whenever I brew coffee. So I'm actually going to be buying a new Keurig. I don't like the way the coffee tastes when it comes out of it. I think something is wrong. It kind of tastes like burnt rubber. So there's this thing that happens where, how can I phrase it? I guess as you make more money or as you progress in life, if there's an avenue for being lazy, you'll take it. I'm very fortunate in the position I am now in life. I've worked very hard to be able to get to where I am, but it enables me to do dumb shit like what we're talking about. And I'm well aware that it's a privilege and it's stupid, but I wanted Starbucks and I didn't want to stop the stream, so. You want the Mobilytics, Nobi? I should make one for the Mobilytics link. And actually, I need to update that with the new POB. Let me do that real quick. Does Mobilytics support the new POB? It does not. So Mobilytics doesn't have Void Shockwave built into it yet, unfortunately. So I'm just going to give you the old link. So I guess you guys, the sub-trains are paying for bean juice deliveries, yeah. What's your in-game name? Just profile. And in-game name is Sanavi Mirage. Right there. Oh, you're going Cyclone? Hey, thanks for the follow. Thanks, Frosty, for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it. Anyways, Pale. The 3 Divine. Yeah, it's not that expensive, huh? +1 to all max resistances. Going back to your comfort build, yeah. I think this is the one you were talking about. That's pretty good. It could also be the inflation of the economy too, Chris, with ground loot being so good. I think I'm gonna keep my focus on crafting right now, and we'll go from there. Okay. So, back to the grind. Oh, something we were talking about on stream today, Chris, is I hit a couple T1 Fizz hybrids today. And I think that if I hit a T1 Fizz hybrid on one of these staffs, I think I actually should try to fracture it. Because fracturing orbs are so cheap this league, because the drop rate is so good. It's actually like probably worth trying to fracture. They're like 1 divine right now. And if I hit T1 Fizz hybrid as the fracture, then we could just spam contempt essences. It's going to be far easier to hit the increased Fizz. They were a divine earlier. What are they at right now? They were sitting at basically... Actually, they were less than a divine earlier. Yeah, they're still less than a divine. They're pretty cheap. So, what I'm saying is it might be worth... If I can hit a T1 like fracture on Fizz hybrid, then we just spam essences of contempt. We lock the prefixes. We do reforge attack speed, right? And then we do the veiled orb, which is what I did in like 3.25 and 3.26. We just veil orbit, and then we block, do the unveil, hope that we get like the impale chance on there or something would be really good. Or also just like that deals double damage would also be really good. And then we finish it off with like the strength crit benchcraft or whatever. So I think there's value in that. We'd have to craft of exile it. Remember, this isn't no, not on the prefix, on the suffix. So like when you do it on the suffix, there's a chance that you can get like chance to deal double damage, like 39%, 40%. You can also get like so there's chance to deal double damage at a high percentage. There's also like I think there's an impale chance one too, if I remember correctly, but I can't. That might just be I might be thinking of the prefix, but there's definitely a deals double damage on the suffix, and I think there's like one other good one, but you're basically aiming to get the double damage. And I think if I was a craft a staff like that, it would probably last me for a while until I could make like the ultimate staff, you know? But either way, I think that this guy's video on the recombination for prefixes is going to be how we do our endgame staff. And I think then we would we'd obviously spend a ton of money and angle for all T1 prefixes, and then you know, maybe do Shaper Slam again or something like that. Yeah, there's the fractured base one, which might actually work out being cost effective because of how cheap fraction orbs are. And then there's also like doing the T1 prefixes non-fractured and then doing something like a Shaper Slam orb. And yeah, we could do like a comparison of which one better crafting method. Did I update? I haven't done anything with the crafting video for the early endgame weapon. There isn't a way for me to update videos once I post them on YouTube. I'd have to like take it down and repost a new video, or just pin a comment on there. But I can't actually re-edit the video. Oh, this is FaZe's video on doing the endgame craft. I saw you had hybrid in your regex. It was in the description. This is for the FaZe's like endgame craft. So I'm using this to get 3 prefixes. I'm not doing the our early endgame double recombination. I'm actually angling to get a 3 prefix staff right now. I'm trying to make something that's like not all T1s, but better than the one in the video. Why do we choose Cyclone, not Cyclone of Tumult? Cyclone of Tumult, we are doing a speed version of the build. Sorry guys, I just got my my little coffee. Get me through the evening here. Those are not elevated mods. Yeah. Should I fracture or not? You gotta fracture it, dude. It's T1. You gotta fracture. Fracture and orbs are less than a divine. If there is a time to fracture a weapon right now, now's the time to do it while they're so cheap. That is the hardest prefix to hit on a weapon. The tragic thing would be if you fracture the flat fizz, because then you can't spam contempt essences on it. That would suck. What's up, Troopy? Welcome, welcome. I crafted the Giga chest, but the prefix is filled up. Is the defense too low? So I personally wouldn't like that. However, I would probably use it. The other thing you could do is you could try to flip it and sell it and see, you know. But I really think that at a minimum you need to have like at least 2,000 armor on the chest. Yeah, it's usable, it's sellable, but I wouldn't call that my in-game chest. Yeah, what Niche is saying. Make another one later. The problem is that the evasion is nice on this gear, but we really do want a decent amount of flat fit. Like we want a decent amount of armor so that regular mobs don't crush us as much. And like I feel like I feel like at a minimum we need 2k on the chest. I just feel like we need, you know, but it's definitely usable. And it would solve a lot of problems with the build in terms of mana and additional curse and stuff, and then you can kind of make a better one later. I really want to hit like either a super high T2 or a T1 again, so we can try fracturing again. I feel like I feel the luck. I feel the luck right now. I'm beginning to believe. You got dictators once? Oh, dude, that sucks. You have to kill the Oshabi boss to be able to see the Ascendancy. Oh, dude, you didn't even hit the flat fizz. That sucks, bro. You can still try to combo save it, I guess. That's what I would do. Recombo save. Recombo save. Feels good, guys. I'm having such a good time this league. It's been such a good weekend. I had to take an extra day of a PTO today just to keep playing. I was having so much fun. Alright, guys, the real question is, how many shots of espresso do you think I have in my coffee right now? What do you think? What do you think that is? All of them? 12? One of you is very close. Actually, two of you are very close. Mushi wins. There is 5 shots of espresso in this flat white. Five shots of espresso. Five feels like pretty good as a baseline. I'm not gonna drink the whole thing though. I'll probably just sip at it for a while. Throw in a chaser of moonshine and some motor oil, and you'll really be awake. Yeah. Well, I want to go for like another 4 or 5 hours on stream, and then I'm gonna crash before work. So, what do you get for winning? I would give you a cup of coffee if I could. I think having a Starbucks beverage on the side of my camera is going to be like the signature. Just having a coffee right here, you know? I'm Pacific. So it's like 7 o'clock right now at night. But I won't go to bed till 12, 12:30. I usually wake up around 5:30 for work, so. Would I recommend this build as a reroll? Yeah, I think this build is fantastic. I think you have a lot of fun with it. In my POB, I have a simple regex for just doing maps. There really isn't a lot of scary mods. It's mostly avoid leech, and I also don't like, you know, players can't regen life or mana. So the regex is in the notes of my POB. Guys, it's literally almost a perfect T1 Fizz hybrid. I feel like we have to fracture orbit. I feel like we have to, I think we have to do this, right? 4th time's the charm today. Do we fracture this bad boy? It would be insane. Butchering your cold smite attempt. How much did the early staff recom staff cost you? I actually didn't even recombinate this staff. I got this from gambling. And I just basically or no, I spammed essences on this, I think. And then I just used Black Morgan to 6-link it. This is my first go at actually recombining this league. Is doing this right now. Thank you, Eric, for the follow. I think we have to fracture this, right, guys? I'm going to go ahead and we're going to regal it. And we're going to slam it. And we're going to pray we hit that T1. It was 1 or 2 divines of alts to get the staff. Now it's about 3 divine and alts. Yeah, the prices are going up, huh? What do you guys think? Are we going to hit this? %25 chance. Fucking bricked it, dude. We can try to save it with a flat fizz. The shame tab. We can try to save this thing. Bro, it got annihilated. It got annihilated. It got destroyed. It's done. We can save this though for later. Okay. Bro, it got deleted from the game. Deleted forever. All right. Oh, yeah, Arena sucks. Arena sucks. For what I'm doing right now, that video is... Let me go find that real quick. That's the video that I'm using for this. Yeah, no problem. We're just using the imbued inspiration on Ground Slam. We gain the inspiration charges from that, which boosts our crit up. Pick this up for 80 chaos. I did have to start running a mana cost reduction for my Leap Slam here for it, because we've got 6 mana left unreserved. All Awakened Gems have been removed from my POB, so if you do the exclamation POB command, you'll get my POB link, and there's no Awakened Gems in there anymore. All my stuff's been updated for the league. You want Fortify on your Cyclone, but I haven't been able to get it. The second best thing you can get is Endurance Charge on melee stun. You get increased damage for every Endurance Charge you have. And we run with 5, so it's pretty good. I think it's fine now. I wouldn't do this long term. It's probably fine as long as we're using General's Cry. Eventually, I'm going to move away from using General's Cry. So I think until I stop using General's Cry, that's probably my recommendation, is to run Inspiration on it for the extra crit. Just keep in mind that you're going to need to have all the mana stuff, Treachery, Rune Graft, and Charisma Anoint, and all that stuff. And then you're probably going to have to run a Channeling Skills of total mana cost for your Leap Slam, or Frostblink with Life Tap if you're using Frostblink. But you should have the Frostblink with Life Tap anyways. I'm not doing it with my Leap Slam because I like Leap Slam with faster attacks for really quick mobility. Remember, this version of the build is all about speed right now. I don't know. I usually don't have issues with Maven, but I've done that fight many, many times. So it might just be one of those things where you need more experience with Maven. Because I'm able to usually just spin right next to the big fucking bug eye thing in the middle and just kill the bosses with Cyclone and move around the arena as the beams move. Yeah, it's in the video. If you go to that YouTube video, if you scroll up in Twitch chat, the video I linked, it's in the description of that video, the regexes I'm using. And how to properly do what I'm doing right now, more importantly. See you, Cruz. Have fun at work. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for all the support today. Thank you for the sub and everything. You guys have been amazing. The build is only as good as everyone working on it together. There's been a lot of community stuff going into the build over the last few months, and it's just getting better and better. What are you trying to do for currency, Lazy? What's the issue you're having? What is your issue with currency? The strat I'm doing has been pretty good. It's been pretty profitable. And it's fun blowing up a bunch of bosses and whatnot. I've enjoyed it. I am doing essentially the... Let me find the video for it. It's basically killing a bunch of bosses. This is my farm strat. And actually, I think I linked the wrong video earlier. I meant to link the crafting video for you guys. So that first video is my farm strat, and this second video is the recombination stuff I'm doing right now. Still trying to get void stones and doing breach and destructive play. Gotcha. Just found one of those small forts. Haven't seen one in many hours for doing betrayal. Yeah. Maybe when you're in a small cramped area like that, it forces it to do the small fort because there's just not enough space to generate. Need corridor maps maybe? It doesn't get duplicated? RIP. Okay, guys. Another T1. Is this attempt number 5? Attempt number 5 at the fracturing? I think we have to do it, guys. I think we have to fracture this. Surely we'll get it on attempt 5, right? Surely. I need to just favorite this this search because we're buying so many of these. We're about to do this, right, guys? Seven or 8 tries? Yeah, sounds about right. Alright, guys, here we go. Almost a perfect T1 Fizz hybrid. It could happen. Anything is possible. What do you guys think? 25%? Fucking ripped, dude. Alright, let's try to save it. Oh, this is PoE at its best. Okay.
Some of them warm nights.
I guess we try to recombo again, right? That's what we do here. We got to recombo again. And pray that this works. Bros. Bros. Hold on. What do we do here? How do I make this work? We did make something. What do you mean another T1 with speed? Like attack speed on it? And then merge the two together? Do we... Do we do this with another T1 with flat and speed? Alright, we're gonna put this over here. This is now... I mean, we could metamod this, right? Because I could do prefixes can't be changed, and we could reforge speed and get attack speed on it, and then we could benchcraft on, like, walk me through this, Chris. Like, we could reforge attack speed after we do prefixes can't be changed, get attack speed, and then we could... Problem is the prefixes aren't full, so even if we veiled it, it could unveil a suffix instead of... Well, no, we could veil it. We could do a veiled orb and pray that we get the Fizzin and the Impale on it, maybe? Like, the Fizz and the Impale would be pretty good, right? Wouldn't you recon block the flat so the other item has flat Fizz and speed? So we could do prefixes can't be changed.
I'm never gonna get out of this town.
And we could scour. Right? And then we could do prefixes can't be changed, and we could do reforge speed. And then we hit the attack speed. Right? Oh, it could fill up the it could fill up the prefix and brick the item. Multi-mod to stop the prefixes getting filled. So you're saying instead of doing this, we would do can have multiple. We would do this. You're saying clear it so prefixes can't be changed. And a random prefix, clear it to the two mods and prefix not change, and a random prefix craft. What do you mean a random prefix craft? So like this, right? And then you're saying multi-mod it? Is that what you're saying? Then do a random prefix like this right here. And cannot be changed. Oh, see what you mean. And then do what at this point? Reforge speed. Harvest speed. let's say we hit like a really good, like say we hit that. Worst case scenario is now we can do, yeah. So say I end up with Reforged speed and we hit like a good attack speed. So say we're here. Would I then remove this? Or I guess what I would do is I'd have to do, can have multiple crafted mods again. So we would do this. We would fill up our last suffix with whatever. It doesn't matter. We would just put on something. Like, whatever. And then I would do a Veiled Orb. Like that. And we would pray that we don't hit the attack speed and we hit something else. So we'd actually would want to block the craft we'd want to put here. We'd want like mana or something, I don't know, or elemental. I guess we... You would hope that you don't hit the attack speed. Which is... Oh. No. We have to do prefixes can't be changed. Yeah. So it'd have to be prefixes can't be changed. And then at this point... You would think mana, right? The problem is I have to... I can't really block anything. Because I have to do this in order to fill up the suffixes. And then we would have to Veil Orbit for... and pray that we get a suffix or a prefix like this. And then what we would want to do, you don't add anything, just multi-prefix cannot and then orb. Yeah. Like so what I just did. And what you're hoping ideally is that we don't hit the attack speed. You're hoping that we hit this. And then at this point we would unveil. And we're hoping for something like this would be amazing. Right? So then you get the chance for Fizz damage with the Impale. And then you can just get rid of this suffix here. And you could do whatever we want. We could do like crit chance or something. Or we could remove the So explain to me how we would finish the prefixes. So let's say this is the base weapon, right? After I scour it, what do I do here to how do I finish the prefixes? So I think the problem is if I do prefixes, so multi-mod it, okay. Can have up to 3 crafted mods. And then you're saying do prefixes can't be changed? Like that. And then reforge speed. Okay, multi-mod. Okay, what mod do we? You're saying bailed. Oh, I gotcha. So you're saying the problem is if we do a veiled orb right now, it could hit one of the prefixes, right? It could replace one of my good prefixes. You can't just do you can't do that right now because it'll brick the. What we could do is prefixes can't be changed, and then we could veil. And then we hope that it doesn't hit the suffix. I think we have to. I think we have to I think we have to do speed first. We have to basically force the yeah, I think that you do this, and then I think you do reforge speed. And what we're praying for, actually, this is not bad at all, honestly. But like, if you want to be super, so speed 2, yeah, or you could settle with T1. Say I hit something like this, then all I would have to do is I could benchcraft, block, whatever. Like say mana, for instance, on the suffix. Or no, you'd have to do prefixes can't be changed again. And then you the problem is that if you're at this stage right here, if I Veil Orb right now, it could take one of the 2 prefixes away. So what do I do now? If I do a Veil Orb, it could give me a suffix, right? If I get a suffix, I'm fucked. If I get a suffix, I'm fucked. I want the I'm aiming to get the what you're saying? Scour? Can I scour this? Oh, okay. Gotcha. You can go again. Okay, okay. No. If we can go again, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, if we can go again, that's fine. I mean, yeah. So we could do prefix unveil. That would be tragic if we got that. What we're hoping for is the impale. That would be the dream right there. And then I guess you would then do reforge speed. And you're hoping, you're fishing for, you know, the best attack speed you could get. And then at this point, I guess we would block, and then I guess at this point we would block and we would do I guess we would block and try to get something. What would how would we block this stage? I guess elemental. That's all prefixes. What's the worst thing we can hit? Let's just exalt this a few times and see what's the worst stuff. So suffix mod. So this is just a generic thing. I don't think you can block that. Okay, we want crit chance, crit multi. Ooh, we could block chaos. You can't, I don't think you can shaper a veiled item, right? Or can you? Can we actually shaper orb this? Oh, we can. Okay. Sick. Am I really just gonna keep getting movement speed? Yeah, this would be dope. Okay. Okay, so we can shaper a veiled item? I didn't think we could do that. That would be crazy. This would be the dream right here. Something like that would be really good. And then I guess we would just finish it off with maybe accuracy, or we could put stats on there. Or, oh no, we can do crit multi. And then you could finish it off like that. That would be a sick weapon, guys. That would probably last me a long time. That wouldn't be bad for a day 4 weapon, huh? And then we do what? Temper orb? Where's that shit at? Oh, it's not on there? Okay. Let's go ahead and do some crafting, guys. I think we're gonna run with the staff. Alright, so we need to do prefixes can't be changed, and we need to scour it. Prefixes can't be changed, scour, and then we need to do... Let me just go back through all the steps here. Yeah. Have up to 3 mods, prefixes, and then we do build orb. And we pray we get prefix. That would be the dream. We would unveil. Well, let's see. Here's the weapon as it stands. Prefixes can't be changed. Veiled. Yeah, I guess we could just do straight into... Can it fill at this point? When I use a veiled orb, can it actually add anything? It's just going to take away from an existing mod, right? Okay. Yeah. Because then I have 3 suffixes. So I should wipe it. We should scour. And then we should... Yeah. Do I need to... Oh, because it could pick... Can I just veil it at this point? This is guaranteed, right? It could be a suffix. Well, if I get this, then I can just craft on prefixes can't be changed and I go again. So I don't need to meta mod it. We can just do this, right? Worst case scenario, I hit that. And then if I don't like it, I just... Prefixes can't be changed and we start over. The ideal thing would be the impale. 100%. Honestly, I could settle for any of the fizz rolls as long as they're high enough. Like, you know. That would be the dream, though. And then we would just prefixes can't be changed and go for attack speed at this point. So yeah, we're going to wipe it, then do prefixes can't be changed, and then we'll do the impale. Or we'll do veiled orb. That's the play. I don't know if I have any of these crafts. Oh, fuck me. I gotta go do Coward's Trial. What about... I don't need metamod. So we're just gonna do... I think I have a Coward's Trial. Guys, I'm excited. We're gonna have, like, a pretty good weapon. And all of this is pretty much deterministic. We're at a point now where I don't think the craft can fail. I think we can pretty much deterministically... The only part of it that could fail or be shitty is the Shaper Orb. If we hit movement speed on the Shaper Orb, which isn't like terrible because we're not playing Tumult and Stampede right now. But if I hit movement speed with the Shaper Orb, that's like the worst case outcome. But the rest of the craft is deterministic at this point. Okay. The Veiled Orb could, but if it does, then we just do prefixes can't be changed and we do the Veiled Orb again. What I mean is even if it doesn't hit one of the fizz, we can wipe the... Oh, no, it would... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. It could technically brick the weapon. Is it always going to be a fizz? Is it always going to give me a fizz option? It seems like it always gives you a fizz option. Like one of the three. So no matter what we do, we could technically brick the weapon. The YOLO is the Veil. I mean, fuck it, guys. Like, whatever. It's not that much investment into it. It's not that much investment. If it bricks, whatever. I can always recombo it and try to save it again. I feel like it's worth the juice is worth the squeeze. Okay. Let's get a coward's trial and do this. Nice. Guys, I'm excited. We're potentially going to have a fucking amazing staff here on day 4 of the league. I don't know, guys. It seems like our combination worked out pretty well for me today, huh? Okay, so I guess astrolabes just drop from bosses occasionally. Maybe unique map bosses or just a random drop from the boss pool. Alright, so my game crashing? What's going on here? Brother. Alright, exit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is the server dead? Anybody having server issues right now? Alright. Oh, there's an update. Let me undo the update. Gotta relaunch. I guess it forced me to do the update, maybe? Client side? Okay. The most important thing is we have prefixes can't be changed. So let's go ahead and get our staff. Alright, let's do prefixes can't be changed. And then we're going to scour. And then we're going to prefixes can't be changed. And then we're going to veil orb. Okay. Alright, so this is the big YOLO moment, guys. Veil orb. Let's do it. That's so expensive. What the fuck? It's so expensive. Am I guaranteed to hit a prefix on this, or can it be a suffix? Oh, dude. It could be a fucking suffix, dude. That is tragic. Maybe I should have meta modded this. Veiled Exalts are what give you the like Veiled Chaos reforges the item and gives you mods. Oh, what are the price? $6.99. 699 Chaos. Chris is like, I'm running Betrayal. So here's the thing. To force it to be a prefix, should I not have done metamod? Like if I did this instead, that's a suffix. And then I fill in a suffix. Like this. And then we do prefixes can't be changed. Or no, it could take one of the, it could take any of those, huh? Or does this force it to always be... Yeah, it could still be a suffix. Okay. Alright. It's a 50-50, right? It's either going to hit suffix or prefix. It's a 50-50. We got to do it, guys. Oh, what is going on? Alright. I'm gonna do it, guys. It's 50-50. Yikes. Things we do for this game. What's it selling for in divines? It's 4 divines. A divine is, I guess that's roughly right, because divines are a little more than, yeah. Alright. You guys ready for this? 50-50 shot. Hey, it's a prefix. Let's fucking go, guys. Fucking go. Now we need to hit that 71% chance. Brother, gotta hit that 71% chance. Here we go. There's a 21% chance the item bricks. Brother! And we got the impale. Streamer client strikes again. Yeah, we want spell damage, right, guys? Is that what we're doing? That's pretty sick. Alright. It's that easy, guys. I don't know why this game is so hard. It's just that easy. It's just that easy. It's really that easy. Nah, we go for pure T1 prefixes in a mirror. But that's, this is a weapon that, yeah. I mean, already, before we even get the attack speed on there, it's pretty good. Alright, so prefixes can't be changed, and then reforge speed. And then we're hoping for essentially a high attack speed roll. Well, let's think about this. I don't think there's a world in which... Can we fill all suffixes? I think you can with Harvest Reforge Speed. It usually just gives you 2 at best, but it could give you all 3. Yeah. The safe thing might be to actually multi-mod it. Break your weapon, yeah. The safe thing might be to, because then you got a YOLO and null, and yeah. You could do can have up to 3 crafted modifiers, and then you could do attack speed. It wouldn't be ideal, but it still would be better than what I have right now. Would I go for crit multi or crit chance? I feel like I'd go for crit multi, right? Or maybe help with stats. I mean, that's still a 900 PDPS weapon, which is not too shabby. We could finish the craft like that. That's 1,000 with the temper. That's probably the safer way to go, right? It's probably the safer way to go. I guess we'd have to POB it with my character to see like what the like ideally we'd hit 20% attack speed, but it could just be whatever. Yeah, it could be shit. Yeah, I could once I have more currency, I could finish it later. That is true. Do I want the crit chance or do I want the reforge speed YOLO? I mean, yeah. With my luck, I would fucking hit the 3 suffixes. Or I'd get some garbage like this, but I guess I could scour it off with prefixes. Yeah, so there's the 3 suffixes right there, and it bricks the weapon. I guess it's not really bricked because, like, in this case, it's still 1,000 DPS, but you could get some shit like this that's tragic. I think I'm gonna multi-mod it, guys. I think I'm gonna multi-mod it. I'm gonna play it safe. What is Reforge? Oh, is it? No, it's add remove speed. What am I doing? No, we don't Reforge. I'm trying to remember how I did this. It's add remove. Add remove will not brick the item. It'll just replace this with attack speed. It just replaces the mod. What am I thinking? And then basically the expensive part now is what do you want to settle for the speed mod? Yeah, it's only going to give us... Yeah. Yeah. No, this is fine. Oh, we're totally good, dude. We're totally good to push. We're going to add remove speed. Worst case, it gives us a low roll, and then we just have to... Prefixes can't be changed. Because say you get something like this. You do prefixes can't be changed. And the expensive part is you have to scour. Yep, I'm remembering now. And then you have to prefixes can't be changed, and then you do add remove again. Yeah. No, the item is totally safe. It's totally safe. I actually did this in my video like almost a year ago. I just fucking forgot. Yeah, no, this is fine. So basically it's it's like where do you want to settle for attack speed? In an ideal world, if we can hit like 23% plus, I think it's worth keeping. Like you hit something like this. Yeah, we got the triple prefix. Well, I got the veiled one. This is, you know, we're looking at the suffixes now. So yeah, basically we're going to do add remove. We hope for something like this, and then this is where we do the shaper orb. If we want to do shaper orb. So we shaper orbit, and then we're hoping that we don't hit fucking movement speed. Like that would be alright. Power charges wouldn't be bad. This would be the best right here. This is what you're fishing for. And then you just finish it off with the strength multi. Are you talking about before we shaper orbit? What does movement speed have? Does that have a tag or is that just a general roll? It's speed. I don't think we can block. Can we? That shaper crit affix seems bad. Which one? That's not good. I guess the way you could look at it, Chris, is this is a mapping. Like I'm mapping right now, and I'm probably going to be mostly focused on mapping this league since it's a mapping league. So I think this conditional is fine. The crit multi on block is actually pretty good because we're always blocking. The worst would be speed. Endurance charge would be good. This right here is not so great. Well, also you have to remember, once again, this is a mapping league. Like I'm going to spend most of my time mapping. And if by the time I make a better staff, like if I'm making like a real end game staff, we're not going to do veiled orbs and stuff like that. It's going to be more... Oh wait, what am I doing here? I went back in time. Yeah, so say we're back here again. You know, I never actually looked at the other orbs. So Elder gives you kind of the same. We don't hit Colon Strike or Slayer. Increase area of effect would be kind of cool. Weapon range, that's a shitty one. It's such a small increase. So Elder Orb is definitely not the play. What about Hunter Orb? What does Hunter Orb give us? This gives us, well, we get Intimidate from the skill tree. We get a lot of garbage with Hunter. What about Redeemer? I feel like Warlords would be the one we'd want. Look at the list. Yeah, you're not wrong. I should just look at the list instead of just spamming it. I don't know. I feel like Shaper Orb is probably the best out of all these so far that I'm looking at. I think Shaper is still the best. I think that conditional is fine simply because, you know, it's a mapping league. And, you know, until I make a real perfect near end game weapon, like, I think that's fine. I'm trying to fish for that crit multi one on block because that would be nice. Seems pretty low. Because you gotta remember, power charge would be good. Also, maximum power charge wouldn't be bad. The block one seems to be pretty rare. Yeah, so here it is. 39% to crit multi if you have blocked recently. 5% chance to block attack damage while wielding a staff. That's a pretty sick one right there, actually. And then you can just craft on the critical strike chance to finish it off. You could go with the 24, or we could even go all in. I guess it's worth doing the stats. It's only 3% difference. Yeah, that would be dope. Right there. Is that the weapon we're going for, guys? You think that's what we should do? I think that's the play. Alright, so we need to add remove. Is this add remove? Jesus, that's expensive. Oh, that's expensive, dude. Oh my gosh. How much is juice right now? Yikes. Cheap juice at the moment. But one of these is only going for 15. That's pretty cheap, actually. And then we just need the life force. How much does a divine get me? Oh, I don't have any. I don't even have divines. We're gonna have to liquidate my stash and get some money from everything I did today.
Well, make it happen. Well, all in. I'll put the word up. I will make it happen.
All right, guys. What do you think? Are we gonna hit this in one go here, or are we gonna have to start over? What we're hoping is high attack speed. Well, of my liquidated currency, yeah. I have a ton of shit I can sell. What do you mean I need speed first? I should just be able to add a new speed modifier and remove another random modifier from a non-influence item. This should just take away the can't be changed and give me attack speed. Guaranteed attack speed. This one is the YOLO one that can brick my staff and fill it up. Yeah. Alright, what do you guys think? 5% attack speed or 25% attack speed? It's gonna be one of the two. 17%? Do we settle with 17%? 17's not bad. Seventeen's not bad. It's definitely an upgrade. And then if I tempering orbit at 920 PDPS, if I put a tempering on there, that's like what, almost 1,000? I can always recraft it, yeah, because I'm going to bench craft the suffix to finish, so you just prefixes can't be changed and start over. Well, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to liquidate my stash, and we're going to see how much money I actually have, because I have a ton of stuff to sell. Let's see what Wealthy Exile has me at. Because I might YOLO roll the attack speed again, depending on how much money I liquidate right now. Because I have a ton of shit to liquidate. Like I had a Bottle of Faith drop earlier. I could sell this easily. What is the currency exchange right now? I could old school sell this. If I old school sell it, it'll sell pretty quick. I just set this to 3.5 divine. See if someone wants to pick that up. Alright, let's look at my real stuff to liquidate here. This is so one of the new boss belts for 60 Divine. Dang, dude. Dropped really well rolled, huh? Was a shit roll, but the shrine buffs made it worth, yeah. Look at that, guys. Just like that, we're back in the game. We got monies. We got monies. Did he just trade it to me for 4? Okay. Sure. He didn't want to deal with the change. Alright guys, back to the staff. So, do we YOLO roll the attack speed again? You think I should? I'd have to do prefixes, can't be changed. I'd have to scour, prefixes can't be changed again, and then we'd have to juice it. Do you think it's worth 4 divines to reset this thing? And gain potentially 5 to 10% more attack speed? I think it's just worth keeping as is. I think we Shaper Orbit, see what we get. If we get a shitty Shaper Orb, then we reset it. I think what I should do is Shaper Orbit. If I get like movement speed on the Shaper Orb, I reset the staff. Well, I guess it's kind of bricked at that point because you can't re-Shaper Orbit, so you'd have to like Foulborn Exalt and hope you get one of the good Shaper Orb suffixes. What is a 1k DPS staff going for? Let's see. They're going for about 20 divine. I honestly can't remember. I'm about, let's see. 2 divine for prefixes can't be changed twice. So 4 divine. It was like 2 divine to do the attack speed roll. It's like 6 divine. I probably spent about a divine on alterations for the recombo. I'd say we're sub 10 divine in right now, basically. We're less than 10 divine into the craft. But resetting this to do the attack, the guaranteed attack speed suffix is another 4 divine. That's why I'm like, I think I just Shaper Orbit. We pray that I get a good crit mod, and then we bench craft and finish it, and then I just 6 socket, 6 link it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna settle for this. I mean, it's like you said, it's 927 PDPS, which is 200 more than what I have. And we can still temper in orbit, right? How much is this going for right now? It doesn't matter if I do this right now, right? All sockets are green. Ooh. Do temper before sockets? Yeah, because we can refix the sockets.
Well, make it happen.
Yeah. This is where it's like YOLO. Hey, there it is. Alright, guys. 1,000. Easy. Yeah, so buy a Shaper Orb. Shaper Orb and Slam, and see what happens. Yeah, that wasn't bad, huh? That was about 2 Divine and Tempers, I think. I think that's fine. I think like it's 1,000 DPS. Yeah, I'm fine. I think I'm fine. Like, I don't like at 1,000 DPS at this point. Like, to get a weapon higher than this, we're now talking like dozens and dozens of divines, right? So we're talking perfect T1 prefixes, and I think at this point I'll settle for this now. Yeah. So let's get I want Shaper and 169. Yeah, this is basically as good as it's going to get from me until we make a real endgame weapon. Alright guys, what do you think the odds are that we hit the block multi? Crit multi block, what do you think the odds are? I'm so nervous. Get ready to speed, yeah? Alright, we did it. Oh shit, I sent it already, sorry Phub. We already sent it. Hey, we got moving speed, baby. We got movement speed. It is what it is. So I guess at this point, what's the best benchcraft? Is it going to be crit chance or crit multi? Yeah, I feel like I think the Giga, yeah, you'd want a better. Actually, this might not be a bad weapon just for the zoom build, to be honest. Let's go ahead and copy this into my POB and see like if crit multi or crit chance is better. Let me import my character. I would think it's crit chance, but I just want to run the numbers. Yeah, so that's why I sim it, guys, because with crit multi, it's like 2 million more damage. It's like 40. So basically, whenever I'm near a rare unique enemy, I get 45% crit multi. That puts me up to 31 mil versus the crit chance. I'm sitting at 28.8. So it's like a 2.5 million damage increase if I go crit multi. Because our crit's already almost capped as it is. With like as soon as I get my power charges up, which should be pretty quick because I have quality on assassins and block. Yeah. So crit multi it is. Ooh. Nope. I did the shorter path. I could go for the longer path. I think I spent an extra point somewhere that I could buy back. Yeah, I took a little bit of life right here. I don't know. I guess the increased fizz damage is not worth the value that I'd get from taking these 2 points. Oh, I get fizz damage from them anyway, so I should just refund this. And I could just do this, right? And that should be more damage. And more crit chance. And if I sim that in POB, 31.2 versus 32.7. Yep. All right. And that crit caps us at 100%. Nice. Where's that benchcraft from, though? I don't see it on my bench. Crit. I don't see so the one that's in POB I don't see in Benchcraft. The only crit multi I see is the regular crit multi at 28. It's a lot less. So let me sim 28 multi instead of what I have here. Do you guys know where this one comes from? This Benchcraft? I think it was add modifier. Yeah, crafting bench crit multi. This comes from somewhere. The question is, where does this come from? It's the crafting bench. Why is it listed as crafting bench and not under something else like veiled? I understand that, but why is it listed under crafting bench? I don't know why POB has it listed this way, so I'm just gonna do the crit multi. We'll see what the difference in damage is with this. Yeah. It's still more damage. It's still roughly 2 million more damage than doing crit chance, so we'll go crit multi. Cool.
What are we shipping today? I should raise my feet.
That's a crazy weapon, dudes. That's a crazy weapon. And it has some accuracy. Oh, it's so good. It's very, very good. I should just craft and sell gear. That's the way to make money in this game, right? Would be an exciting hideout stream. Hey, you know, you got to give the people what they want. I'm sure there's people that are into that.
All in order. I'll let you. Ahoy there! Enjoy. You don't know what you don't know now, do you? Exile.
It's such a better weapon than what I have. Crazy. Yeah, so basically this weapon is like a 30 plus divine weapon that I made for, what, 12 divine? 14 divine? Pretty crazy. Alright, now the real struggle, hitting 5 red. Oh, that was easy. Okay. Guess not much of a struggle at all. Cool. That was pretty exciting, guys. So we crafted our chest last night. We crafted our weapon tonight. We'll be using this weapon for a long, long time. The gear is getting real.
Greeting.
I think I can sell that.
Exile.
Barren and sun. And in the sea.
Sweepstakes for the old one? Yeah, we could do something like that. If you guys want the old staff. Alright guys, I'm gonna grab some water, stretch my legs for a few minutes. We'll probably do one more round of farming at least. Try to think, I guess the next big step would just be saving up for Mage Blood at this point. I mean, I'm not gonna improve on this chest really anytime soon, or this weapon. Now that we got those two things kind of taken care of, it's really just a Mage Blood. We can zoom. Just grind currency at this point. I'll be right back. Alright, guys. I think actually we might wrap it up here tonight. I have been going for almost 12 hours on stream. It was a pretty good run. We made a good staff. So at this point, I think I'm just going to spend the rest of my time farming up Mage Blood. So tomorrow's stream, I will be going back to work tomorrow. So the rest of the week, I'll be streaming in the early afternoon, evening Pacific Coast time. So it won't be on earlier in the day. But yeah, it's mostly just going to be... I might look into some other farm strats tomorrow. Or if you guys have any good farm strats that you see other people doing that seem profitable, we could swap it up tomorrow, maybe try a different farm strat. The domination one's been pretty good, but I wouldn't be opposed to trying something different. Shake it up a little bit. But yeah, just farming money and trying to get that mage blood. So yeah, if you have any questions, you can always join the Discord. We have a lot of helpful people there. Different channels you can post your stuff in and get assistance with. And as I do updates for things, I post them there as well. So I'm going to, yeah, hop off stream. I'm going to record a quick build update video probably for YouTube. That'll be up tonight. Just kind of going over the first couple days of the build, the gear I crafted, and kind of the speed variation that I'm going to be testing out. But I appreciate all you guys' support, all the feedback and the help, especially when I was crafting the staff tonight. And yeah, I'm looking forward to just blasting the league. So you guys have a good night, good morning, wherever you are, and I'll catch you all later.